What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing today? Uh, Let us do that. There we go. There we go. A view over there, and I mean, I kind of need to hold on and flip everything over to here, anyways. All right, should be a lot better now. Okay, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? Let me just go fix some commands on Nightbot really quickly, and we're good to go. But how's everybody doing? Did you guys see the patch since got updated? Nothing affected us, so we're still chilling. Do. Okay. Bum. Okay. Go here. Boom. Okay, hold on. I didn't think it would be like this, but it is like this. There we go. Almost done. Just gotta do this last command and we're good to go, guys. Okay, all the commands are updated. Should be good to go. I can see what you guys are saying. What you're saying. Hey, what's up, Smiley? So I can go ahead and show you guys the changes to the patch notes. So here we go. Here's the changes. So the only thing that really got touched for us, I mean, there's some parry stuff, which is cool. Nothing really affects us. There's more parry notes of the tree. Ambrosia got changed, which is interesting. There's like Ambrosia 1, 2, 3 now. And then High Desire actually got rebuffed again. So now it's 200 to 250% increased evasion rating. It previously was 100 to 130. So like, on top of everything else, right? Having damage gained is cold now, having freeze duration, now having more evasion, plus still having the double evasion effect. Like High Desire definitely is looking pretty cracked right now. So everything's looking good there. Yeah, nothing else really. I mean, Last Lament not only prevents the final loaded bolt from being consumed if the character actually sacrifices life. I mean, nothing really, insane there. Nothing's affecting us at all. And any of these other unique changes, player changes, like I said, nothing affecting us. I mean, Magnified Area 2 is a W for everybody. So now you can run it with the increased AoE and not have to have the supported skills deal less damage, which is huge. But I mean, beyond that, yeah, nothing else really was kind of like changed for us, at least. Item changes, obviously. You have the bows being changed a little bit. The, what do you call it, chaos damage bows got their, I believe, yeah, physical damage bumped, but their chaos damage nerfed a bit. Then obviously the actual Gemini bows with the +1 additional arrows got nerfed to surpassing chance of fire in an arrow, so it's not guaranteed no more. And that's basically it. Some bug fixes on the Roa stuff. Updated notes down here. New ascendancy point for I believe, warrior for the slam stuff, but obviously doesn't really do anything for us. Queen of the Forest got a buff, but I still don't think people are really going to be using this. It is per 600 evasion. Previously was 800, but I still don't think you can corrupt to get this lower. I mean, if you can, maybe. But yeah, it's a good change, but still like nothing insane. The spears did get what do you call it? A lot of base type stuff shifted. So some cases damage was what do you call it, kind of lessened and nerfed a little bit, which is interesting. But I mean, it's like I feel like a very little nerf, right? Maybe like 5, 6, fizz damage on the high end. So it's like, eh. But majority of them got like attack speed increase and stuff like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the Sea Glass Spear had its physical damage and attack speed nerfed, but some other stuff like the Grand Spears and stuff like that. I mean, but more attacks per second, you know what I'm saying? More physical damage at the low end, so. But yeah, good changes all around. Nothing insane for us, though. Nothing insane for us, though, so. What I'm going to do is I'm going to update the MOBA a little bit, and then we're going to get in, and we might do some spear testing, because I was thinking about it, and low-key, the spear stuff, or Huntress, start with a spear. It might be better just to do that. Get onto the skill gems. There we go. So I'm just going to update this a little bit, put in some wolf stuff, and then we can try to do some weak start testing and see how that feels. Well, what's up, guys? How you guys been doing? How'd your weekend go? You guys figure out what your starters are? Bum, 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 bum. Bow Amazon, I guess. Got you, Smiley. Like, there's a lot of good backups on Bow Amazon, right? You can do what we're trying to do with Wolf. I mean, if the Wolf shenanigans, like I said, with Lunar's Blessing, somehow weapon swapping cancels buff out or something like that. I mean, we still have some other skills we can play with. I mean, if the Wolf entirely is not good, then I mean, Ice Shot and Snipe is still getting buffed. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can still run that. I mean, if you want to do full Wolf, Amazon's still really good for it, for the crit chance and stuff and accuracy. Like, there's definitely way more, like, backups, and nothing really changed with our build if Wolf doesn't work at all. Uh, mm, 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 mm. All right, now my favorite part, boys. We throw this in the chat GBT. We get looking real professional. You know what I'm saying? Bum. There we go. And I don't think yeah, they don't have Lunar Blessing or anything new skills in yet. Ba 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 ba. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you can run that one if you want to. Obviously, this is the more updated one. Now, obviously, like, if for whatever reason you guys don't want to do, like, if the wolf shenanigans don't work, right, Amazon is still going to be better than Deadeye. Now, the other option you could go is Pathfinder if you want to zoom more, but it's up to you. Like, you're going to be losing out, obviously, with accuracy stacking, so just Amazon is going to have access to crit and access to a lot more damage than Pathfinder. It's just Pathfinder is going to give you, you know, probably more defensive layers a little bit, and as well as just more move speed for mapping. So it just depends what you want to do. Okay. This should be good for right now. Wyvern Magma Ball slams. You're going Titan Wyvern. Got you. That could be cool. I've seen some stuff with potentially going what is it? Like Wyvern Deadeye for the extra proj and stuff. But I don't know. I'm pretty happy with Amazon regardless, because like there's I feel like a lot of stuff we can test, right? We can test what we're trying to do right now with the wolf bow. If that doesn't work, we have the bow stuff with like the new drill neck, right? Quiver. We might be able to do some shenanigans with ice shot for kind of like, you know, returning projectiles. I mean, you could also go full Amazon with the wolf form and then just actually stack on the talisman to get a lot of weapon damage, right? As well as crit chance. I mean, potentially have charge infusion shenanigans you can do with the updated Amazon ascendancy. Like, I feel like a lot of good fallbacks if, you know, the wolf stuff doesn't work. So it's like we'll be in a fine spot regardless of what happens, for sure. It's only going to be 4 projectile balls each slam 2 to 3 times. Third cast slams 3 more times. Yeah. Yeah, that does sound really good. I guess it just depends what's the numbers on well, do we have magma? Do we have whatever rolling magma already? Like gem info? It looks like we don't, huh? You see the hammerfisher skill to do damage, to be honest. True. That balls can just slam for Fisher Prox. That might just be enough. Yeah, it might be enough. It might be enough, to be honest. Like, I kind of hate how GGG like updates notes like that until the like day of league. It just kind of sucks, I feel like, because, you know, you can't really, it's hard because like your ideas might just be nerfed before the game, you know, the league even comes out, right? It just kind of sucks a little bit. But I do like the idea of that build though, man. Hopefully you know, nothing gets nerfed and you can slam through it. All right, so we have that updated. All that. The skills probably gonna need to change a little bit, and then obviously the new tree with the new cluster being added. There's nothing new in here for the new bow cluster, right? Nah, I just added new bow cluster. No clue what that does. So we need to wait on that still. Who knows what that's gonna do, chat? That might be cracked for us. Hold on. It's almost like they don't want you to theorycraft. Yeah, but then again, if they didn't want that, then they wouldn't put patch notes out regardless. Like they want you to theorycraft, especially in a game like this. Like that's something they 100% want you to do. It's the reason why they put patch notes out. They have stuff for everybody to read them, go through, and figure out what's changing and stuff like that, and what builds potentially really good. It just sucks when you have like last league when they had the crit stack weakness for Deadeye and they nerfed it like what 2-3 times before the league even came out. Just nerfs when stuff like sucks when stuff like that happens as well. Okay, so we're good here. We have that down. What we're gonna be doing, or at least testing. Tree might change depending on what they bring out for the new bow cluster and stuff. Now I do have crossbow leveling here. But I think we're gonna try spear today, and we'll see how that feels. The thing is, you can always recreate a build you already made, but it's really hard to theorycraft something new, which is weird. I see them being afraid to show numbers though. Yeah, I mean, because numbers they're probably changing on their end, right? They're probably like maybe I don't know, nerfing things or bringing them up, right, or something like that. So it's like they don't want to show anything, and then they're nerfing numbers. It makes the community mad. So I get it. I just want to see the other skills, man, like summon wolf. Like what are the numbers on that? Arctic Owl we don't have. I mean, we know Arctic Owl, at least from the gameplay trailer, can freeze prime enemies, which is nice, to be honest. Because in 0.3, when we were testing, we were pretty much able to get a freezing salvo to be like 50-60% freeze buildup. And all we have to do is reach 70%, right? And that was on Pinnacle Bossing, by the way. So it's like, all we have to do is reach 70%, and then boom, we can freeze bosses with Arctic Owl and not have to worry about the remaining percentage to build up, which is really nice. I could also see, I don't know, maybe a weird thing, like full wolf form until you freeze and then you just snipe. But, I don't know. A lot of stuff we could play and test. We'll see. Yeah, Egg, so idea right now is to use Lunar Blessing for the ultimate to get the damage gained as cold, and it's basically just like a kind of we're almost going to be using this as a snapshot, to be honest, so like use it before snipe. Now, obviously, I've seen some people getting confused about this, saying like, oh, that shouldn't work, out of wolf form's not going to work, etc. There's nothing about it saying you can't, like, be, a human form and keep the buff. Plus, in the video, we've seen them transform into a bear and still keep the buff. I think the only stipulation is going to be whether it persists through weapon swapping to a whole different weapon. But there's nothing in the game right now, as of like this buff, that you can really test, to be honest. So we'll have to just see. Even if this doesn't work, I mean, we can still use the Arctic Owl, right, to freeze the enemies, which is going to be nice. There's still other skills we don't know, right? Like the summon wolves might be really cool. Because if we go off PoE 2DB, I believe it says the wolves make crits more easier when they first emerge if enemies are near them. So it's like, who knows what that even means, right? And there's other stuff too. Who knows what unique talismans might be pretty cracked as well for Druid, right? For the wolf side that might help us. So a lot of stuff that's still unknown. Like I said, worst case scenario, we drop wolf and we're still doing Giga Juice damage one-shotting stuff. So it's like nothing really that insane, right? Yeah, I mean, trading rage for a buff that's damage resistance, I mean, it's 30% plus, rather than rage most likely, no doubt. The way it's worded, it should work for any weapon. Clement says you have to be in bear form, and the wyvern you can. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's just, there's some things that they do in the game where if you weapon swap, you lose the buff, right? Like, if you just say there's a wand buff, and you swap to a mace, it instantly closes and deletes the buff. So that's the only thing I can think of that might be here that might not make this work, but everything else is leading it to make me believe that it should work. Again, though, we need to actually test it, so we'll just have to get in and see, to be honest. But like, I don't know, I feel like it would just be cool if it worked, right? Because it's like, it's a cool idea, But again, we'll see. Okay, so I guess we can just start league testing. I mean, I don't really have anything else here. I know there is a new interview at 3 o'clock that we might take a look at, but yeah, beyond that, Nothing really else. And then obviously, if you guys haven't known already, the League Star video is out. You guys can go ahead and take a look at that. All right, so I'm gonna pull up like a spear League Start thing here because I have no clue what I'm doing with spear, and we'll see how this feels. You know. Let me see if there is. Bum, 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 bum. 1 second. I'm just looking to see if there's any updated guides. There isn't. I mean, I guess we can just go try as is. Said we might just do something else. I would like to just do full bow, to be honest, for at least start. But the rod, obviously nerf and stuff. Yeah, I guess you could do Stormcaller arrow, but I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. We're getting on, boys. I think it's the freeze plus snipe feeling. Can you imagine adding Wolf in? I'm mega hyped. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff with Wolf that could really be dope with the build. Like I said, there's some things that it's like, okay, well, if GGG wanted, you know, they can make weapon swapping cancel out like the Lunar Blessing and stuff, which might be a thing. But there's still so much other stuff being introduced. Like, it's very hard, you know, to not like play this. I feel like, especially with like the new drill neck, having Frostwall and then shooting your ice shot at it should create the projectiles to pierce through, like the shards, and then should hit the boss. So you should get the returning projectiles. So like that alone, you might not even need snipe. Like that might be giga juiced, right? I forgot what am I doing here. So yeah. Lot of stuff here. Okay, so we're gonna create a solo self-found Rise of the Abyssal character. We want Huntress. Is this Huntress? No, this Huntress? This Huntress? Huntress? Wait, am I bugging here, chat? Oh, there we go. Oh, changes. Oh, they're not all on there. I was about to say, I was like, the fudge is Huntress. There we go. It's Huntress. Oh, Wolf. Testing. There we go. Let's try it. Pathfinder is just as viable if you want debake. It's just obviously Pathfinder is going to give you more move speed and stuff, but significantly less damage value because obviously the Ascendancy is poison based and we're not doing poison shenanigans. So you're going to get a lot less DPS, plus you're not going to have access to accuracy stacking for that crit chance. So it's just depends. Like, do you want to zoom more? You know, maybe there'll be some cool things you can do with starting it, like I think it's like the warrior or witch or sork, whatever side, I think, right? So there's like shenanigans you could potentially do there. You know, I need to turn my filter off. Yeah, no filter for now. Well, we can actually do our ice bow leveling. There you go. Isn't this guy supposed to give me a weapon? Chat, am I bugging? Or do we get the weapon up here? Am I bugging? But hold up, I think you're supposed to get a weapon here, no? Jesus. But yeah. So if you want Zoom, Pathfinder, if you want DPS and all that, Amazon. Yeah, I feel like I don't have my weapon that I'm supposed to have right now. Yeah, I'm definitely supposed to get a weapon back here. Am I bugging? Z, just in case. Let me go back. Yeah, I'm clicking Z. There's nothing on the ground. So I can drop it here, right? There it is. My filter's on. Oh, there we go. Why is it not showing up, though? Oh, you know why? It's because the filter that I have on disables that. Okay, makes sense. Okay, there we go. I was about to say, I was like, fudge, I'm supposed to get a weapon here. Same logic for not going Deadeye. Well, Deadeye got nerfed, so Wind Ward is taken out, right? Which is a big defensive layer that you're not having no more. I forgot we can run. So it's like, obviously, that kind of sucks. Then you're only getting Proj out of it, which is nice, but I don't think really justifies, you know, kind of going into it. And then the Mirage Archer seems cool, but who knows in practice how good that's going to be. Because I was testing it back in 0.3 and the AI of Mirage Archer was horrid. Like, horrid as you can get. So it just depends, like, how the AI is. If it's buffed, it's just the same thing. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of stuff. So it just depends. No, let's see if it gets anything good. Get that out of my face. Diablo and PoE new league same time. Very sad. They do that. Yeah, they try to compete with each other, but I mean, is it like quote unquote the exact same time? I can't. Okay, there we go. Touch. Is it the quote unquote the exact same time, chat, or what? Why is it like locking my character in? Bunch. Okay. 2 to 5 physical damage, crit chance. This is what we want, ideally. Yeah, we can't afford a bow, sadly. Honestly, I gotta get used to this stuff again, chat. I am severely out of the loop. Severely out of the loop. Severely out of the loop, chat. Good thing we're doing this now, not least heart, right? Basic bow shot can be on the right just in case that we need that. We'll hit the wall really quickly just so I'm not running in there with no life flask. Doing a witch test myself. Got you, Epic. Are Amazon and Pathfinder similar in terms of tankiness and defenses? I would say Pathfinder, you're probably going to have a little bit more tankiness to it because your travel nodes, you can get increased global defenses, which you can't on Amazon. Beyond that, I would say Amazon is way better damage, way more, you know, way more damage, way better crit chance. So it just depends what you want, to be honest. But yeah, like if you want probably a little bit more tankiness and zoominess than Pathfinder, if you want to just be able to melt bosses and enemies 10 times quicker, then you're going to want to go into Amazon. Okay, well, we got Growlwood. We need to go over here to find this chick. There we go. Hold on, your rod's on. There we go. Crouchy backdashes is so annoying. Mm-mm. Do I care about doing another area? Not really, I don't think. Let me skip that, Lucky. Do. The 6 mirror adorned jewel stack Pathfinder comes out, absolutely mogs Amazon. Well, I mean, I'm talking league start epic. I'm not really talking like high end, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm talking like first week, sort of the league. I'm not talking like, oh, once you're getting, you know, hundreds of divines put on your character. What is it going to look like? What's a mirror? The mirror is the highest, like basically tier of currency you can get in the game. It's worth like, I don't know what, like 1,000 or something divines or more. So yeah, good luck, ever getting that. And to be honest, I'm not really. Man, we don't have any support gems, but I don't know. It's kind of feels eh. And then again, I guess we do need money and stuff. I can throw a rod down right here. I don't want to kill this pack. Forgot how like ass early bows are. I think we're stuck here. Gonna respawn at the checkpoint so I don't die. Oh, I forgot Abyss. Honestly, early Abyss kind of sucks. Just too many enemies. Okay. This is why we start testing now, because this way this stuff doesn't happen. Because your boy is a lost. Alright, should be over here somewhere. At least what we're looking for. Unless it's bottom left, I guess. Oh god, got knocked over. The bottom left? Might be bottom left. There we go. That's what I want to do. Oh, yeah. Okay, so how much money do we have, by the way? 39. Might actually be like a good thing just to go back and get the extra damage, to be honest, because like this is not it right now. We got going on. Oh yeah. So she teleports over here. Oh god, I pulled enemies. Thank god, holy. Or early game bows. If you have like a white bow and nothing, holy, it's balls. I don't think it'd be this bad for early game, but I guess it is. And it has to be down here then. It might honestly just be worth like doing first area, at least for this, if we're going to be doing a bow. And then just running past, like, you know, first area, doing that, getting the stuff, and then just moving across and trying to sell and get like a better bow instantly. Just trying to get through this and hit the checkpoint over here. Never mind, there's not one. Okay, bruh. Where is this thing at? There we go. Alright, we are immediately going back to town, selling and trying to get better stuff. Hey, what's up, man? I'm just trying to relearn campaign. It's good and honestly not that good. I've died like 3 times already, but to be honest, it makes sense. Do we care about any of this? The mana flask, sure. That we don't care. Don't care about any of this. Alright, it figures we leveled up so the good bow is actually gone now. All these suck. Why is this crossbow so cracked right now? The fudge? Like, bruh. Only had 1,000 gold, huh, chat? Dude. Yeah, there's nothing on this side. Can't afford anything. Okay. What do we want on here? I'm trying to see how spear feels, but like, you kind of need to get a decent spear, I think, before you can use spear. So you kind of need to use something before then, but I don't know. It might just be better to go crossbow. I might just end up doing that. It's like, early game bows aren't the best until you get stuff for damage. Blood mage, nice. While we're Huntress, so you don't get a quiver bake, you get a spear. It just, you can't really do too much spear junk because, like, you know, you don't really have access to like lightning spear or anything, I think, until like level like 15 or something like that, so we're missing out on junk until then. I need to pull up the thing. I think I have my MOBA, right? Let me bring up our old MOBA. Because I'm forgetting everything that I'm supposed to be going into here early game for junk. There we go, and I have our leveling axe, right? Yeah, okay, called leveling act 1. Okay, landing attunement. Yeah, I mean, we have 10 damage, bro. You know how bad that is? Okay. We don't have a quiver either, which is not ideal. Not ideal at all, chat. Yeah. I mean, it might just be better to go straight on crossbow, because, like, crossbow early on is a lot better than bow without having your stuff, you know what I'm saying? Without having no attack speed is horrid as well. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, you're not wrong, D-Bake. Might have to hit that swamp the crossbow and try that out. Feel like I real quick. All right. I saw your iShot Wolf video and wanted to ask if you still think it'll be good after the patch note updates. There wasn't anything in the patch note updates that did anything. Unless I completely missed something, there was like nothing in there for Wolf or Bow or, I mean, iShot or anything. Was there something specific that I missed? Yeah, they updated patch notes yesterday, like 7:30 p.m. East, but there was like nothing in there. Yeah, I don't know. Bows might just be the wave, man. Or crossbows, sorry. It's like, you don't need to worry about a quiver, which is nice early on. It's like this. It's like you kind of want to kill the rares, but like we just have no damage or money right now to grab it. Yeah, not really anything. I'll actually keep this to sell. No, I might hit a remake already to test crossbows. Falcon Dive nerf doesn't really affect us at all, to be honest. Like, I mean, you lose attack speed, sure, but that's not really like. I don't even go for attack speed. Looking when we were doing the cold, what do you call it? Cold shot or whatever, ice shot on 0.3. So it's a minor nerf. Shouldn't affect us. We weren't running dual strings, nah. I'm not planning on running dual strings. But yeah, we're done. Okay, yeah. So, is there a way to fix this early game, guys? If we did go bows, let's think. You sell your stuff, you buy your bow, you go through, you hit that, you hit that. Let me see something. Let me see. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, chat. Maybe I'm completely doing something wrong. Let me see something. Let me. We can watch the boy do it real quick. See if we're doing anything wrong, because we could very well be doing something wrong. I'm just trying to think. Skip all this. Well, hold on. Are you running? Oh, he's okay. So he's starting as a ranger, no? Am I bugging on this? The fudge is going on here. He's starting as a ranger, no? Oh, oh, see, that's what he does. You start, what do you call it? You start a Deadeye to get the quiver and stuff and bow, and then you flip over to Amazon because you can stash stuff. So make sure League Start and like your first weapon is the same exact thing. That makes sense. See, we were doing something wrong, chat. Nah, I didn't. Tasteful. Yeah, see the ranger stuff, yeah, that makes sense if you're doing that. So you can get spear stuff going on. I mean, we could try it again, this time doing the ranger thing. That makes sense, see? So that makes sense. Yeah. It's just obviously you can't do that if you don't have a ranger mule. Okay. Well, if he's doing that, I mean, we can remake. It's just obviously we're SSF, so it's like can't really do that. So I gotta kill a character. All right, so if we're doing that, I mean, we can do it. I just gotta do. You just can't. You just simply, you know. You yeah. I just can't do SSF, which kind of sucks because like I'm gonna have all the gold. You did what on SSF without a mule? What are we talking about, Hodix? You talking about doing a sorry, talking about doing a Huntress with bow at the very start without a mule? Because like if you don't do that, it goes based on okay, you don't get a quiver here. It goes based off of the like your luck to pull a quiver and a decent bow out. That's the issue. Turn my thing back on. There we go. There has to be a better way of doing this, isn't it? It's like, yeah, it's control click. That's right. Control click. Do that on. Put that on. Is this? I think normal bow attack does more damage actually. That's okay. It's left. To reset. Yeah, I mean, I can migrate it, but I mean, might as well just start over, man. So what's actually more damage? I don't even think running... I think normal bow shot's more damage, actually, no? Yeah, I definitely think it's more damage, but... Bum, 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 bum. Okay. I'm just gonna real quick talk to everybody real quick. There we go. And then I guess you would go ahead and use this. Grab lightning rod and then if they have move speed on and they don't. And I guess you would just like put all your junk in a tab. As well. It just kind of sucks because obviously let's be different tab with this in here, yeah. Throw everything over. Gold would stay anyways, so it's not like buying on here would be any different. And then I guess you just go restart, right? Character select to make a new character type stuff. Just delete this one. There we go. There we go. I guess that's how you do it, huh? Makes most sense, I guess, to do it like this, and you migrate it, and boom, boom, boom. This way you can have a bone quiver, I guess, huh? This kind of sucks because obviously our money is skewed because I don't think there's no way to do this right on SSF, right, with low money, or am I bugging? Because I don't think there is. I mean, it kind of sucks because now our money is like kind of giga juiced. On SSF, you have to migrate all of your stuff. Okay, so when you mean isn't migrating and turns it all into the standard league though, or whatever league, right? Or on league? Would that still keep my money? Am I bugging on that? Would that still keep my money? No, it wouldn't. Okay, where's my whirlwind at? I didn't put whirlwind in apparently. Hold on. Yeah, I need to make sure I put whirlwind in next time. Can you come back over here, bro? Like, why the fuck you all the way over there? All right. Don't look at chat and play at the same time. All right. Should I do that then, man? I don't know. So like, I'm gonna make what, 2 SSF characters and then do it and then migrate? I'm confused. Let me know how it works. One SSF to migrate all. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's huge movement speed. These two we don't care about. So probably should remake and do it then, huh? This is why we have SSF gold and all that, I guess. I don't know. Okay, wait, is that a 3% crit chance boat I just found? 1.3, okay. I don't think you're all 3. Okay, so explain this to me again. So I just make an SSF Ranger, right? Redo it again, throw items in a stash tab, right? That's the first thing I do. I've never done this before and I'm very confused. Now explain it to me again, man. What are the steps, brother? Brother mate. Brother mate. I don't think I have anything to migrate them, man. I made 2 normal characters instead of SSF characters. I can look, but I'm pretty sure I don't have anything to migrate. Yeah, I don't have. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So like. Make an SSFMigration. Okay. Okay, so I guess I create a ranger first because I need the ranger items. Or does it not matter which one I create first, man? Okay. Let's get a ranger, I guess. We're remaking for the third time. Okay, so you can't skip that. All the time, yeah. My bad, brother. I've never had to make two SSF characters and had a mule. Never had to do that before. Just all left, isn't it now? No, it is all. Okay, I was right. I was right. I think it's right, isn't it? Or it's left. Fuck. Okay. 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 Okay, so now do I create another SSF character or do I end it here and then just go straight and migrate? What do I do? I don't think there is a setting epic. No. I mean, what do I migrate? There's one character, so I make double character then migrate or just like do I just monk? I mean, it might be, yeah, for like a flicker strike build or something like that, or you might be able to run something like that. I haven't looked into it though. You can migrate all with one. Okay, so I migrate then remake Huntress? I'm confused. So just migrate this, okay. Migrate all, right? Right, to Standard League? Is that what I do? Okay. Okay. Now what? Okay, so now I just recreate a SSF character like the Huntress and I'm good to go? And the stuff will still be in the stash? Is that it? Okay. Okay. Alright, try it. I'm so confused. No, wait, so the stuff won't be in this? Okay, I am confused. Okay, well, I need the stuff to stay, man. I need the stuff in the chest to stay because I need a mule to get my bow and quiver and all that off of, the, what do you call it? It's literally what, you've not been here the whole time? This mother sucker, bro. This straight up mother sucker. No, I don't, I need the items to stay, that's what I was saying. Like, I need the items to stay for a mule. Because running Huntress and then trying to sell your stuff and getting a bow, no quiver, you don't have money to upgrade the bow because you use it on buying a base bow. So I'm saying I need the bow and stuff to stay. So make a range. I'm about to kill this guy. I'm about to explode. About to kill this guy, Chad. Absolutely about to like bamboozle this guy in 15 ways. Before, I mean, it was the pretty much the exact same. All right. What are the Beowulf is this? Don't worry about what this is, man. This is Troll City. Oh, the item stayed though, so we're good. Jesus Christ. The item stayed. We're good. I don't need anything. Sell all this bullshit. Throw the bow on. I don't really need any of this. I'll check the gloves, attack speed we're keeping. The rest of this I'm gonna sell, I think. Yeah. I'm gonna talk to this dude first, actually. There we go. I'll say contingent will be R. Okay, now we can finally go on. Holy. Holy! What's up, Lubs? Did the 360 follow me with the big sword slam while I was doing for him, was dodging around him? Nice. What is our damage now? Yeah, 13. Huge. Huge. Oh yeah, look at that damage increase, boys. That's what we want to see right there. That's what we want to say. Actually, the camp should be down here, I think. Should be somewhere here. I found the growwood. Actually, do we even need to do that? We might not even need to do that since okay. There we go. Okay. Get it? Come on. Oh my god, move speed, huge. But I'm just trying to kill these guys real quick. Oh my god, chat, the game. I hate. Yes, there we go. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. Mud barrel? I don't really think we need it. We get what? Is it a skill or support gem we get from there? What do we get from there again, chat? If it's a skill gem, we don't need it 100%. We don't need it right now. We have all three that we need. Let's go around this way. It looks like going around that way. Kill these guys. Good pack. There we go. Whatever. Just skip the some scroll. Come on. Should be in the middle here, I think. What we need. Yep. That hit that. Okay. I did some calculations around, and to respec from Xbox to Ice Shot will cost around 140k gold. How do you plan to do that in a league start? One castaway map, you get like 1 million. But we're testing other stuff. I'm trying to test spears right now. But issues with spears is you kind of got to like get the out of Act 1, Act 2 to really get the good spear. So it's a little bit of annoyance there, but it's not going to be out. There we go. On the scroll wisdom. Attack damage or attack speed? Probably just attack damage. There we go. That's what we wanted to hit. I am by no means a speedrunner. I'm just trying to learn the campaign and relearn shit since I haven't done anything in 4 months in campaign. So everything's a learning experience over the next 4 days and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying, chat? Like your average, basically, PoE, like, campaign runner. He's blue. We'll kill him real quick. There we go. Actually, all these guys are blue. Hold on. Alright, we're out of here. Interview tonight? Yeah, I'll be watching the interview at 3 p.m. to see what they say. And then I'm definitely going to be watching some stuff like tonight after stream for sure. You know, trying to get better at speedrunning, watching maybe some videos, trying to just refresh the memory, right, chat? And get better, because at the end of the day, that would be nice to get through campaign quickly. I wonder if doing the mechanic is even going to be worth, like, you know what I'm saying, chat, for early acts, like doing the Duval mechanic. Probably not. I don't know, you guys going to be doing the new mechanic through campaign, or are you just going to kind of skip it and wait to endgame? What the fudge did I just die by? Oh, the abyss. Right when I dropped it too. Alright, well at least we got it. We don't gotta go back and do it, which is bad. Last one was somewhere here. Is it here? Maybe here? Yeah, there we go. The guide, I didn't, man. I actually did. I actually kind of forgot about the guide, to be honest, dude. Thanks for reminding me. I'm gonna look at that later tonight and try to, like, you know, get caught back up on that. So this way, over the next few days, we can try to speedrun it. Hopefully figure out, you know, what we're gonna be doing. Go back out for a second. There we go. And then we want to take care of these guys, yeah. Okay. Probably should throw some stuff on for defensive layers, just in case. I don't have mana, there we go. I have mana. Oh my god, didn't see his attack. Jesus, bro. Hmm. I don't want to be trapped here. Hold on. I don't want to target him, game. I want to target like one of these guys. Thank you. There we go. If I got this shit up. I do want to get this 100%. There we go. You can drop the white shit. No, probably better to upgrade the flask on chat. Probably should be doing that. There we go. All right. Okay, sorry about that. There's up, Ajax. Okay. There's a bug with demon form still. You can move us at cast speed, but you are not casting. Interesting, that's weird. Well, it was patches, so it was no campaign though. Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm gonna be reading it for sure. Alright, we don't have Mr. and yeah, it's annoying. There we go. Alright, let's hit the boots. Sucks. Hit the chest piece. I think we're just gonna sell all this, to be honest. Okay. What do we have? 2 to 4 cold damage. I think, I mean, there's 1 to 6 to lightning. I think ours is better still. Better quiver, quiver. No, we still can afford it. Okay. Just quickly looking really quickly at something to see. I think we want what? Life regen? I think that's what I at least remember buying. Why just keep what we have then instead of buying stuff? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. I don't have the thing. Okay. We're gonna have to go red veil and go back then since I don't have the thing. Okay. Yeah, Epic. I need to I need to have something like that, like the formula and stuff, just so I can do that when needed. Where is there you go. Yeah, honestly, man, that might not be a bad idea. All right. That's Val, we have that. Okay, well, where we need to go needs to be somewhere here. We're looking for the thing. There it is. Okay. Okay, now we can go back to town, figure that out. We already looked at all that, okay. I wouldn't be against it, man. Have something like that, like somebody backseat for sure. Sorry about that, guys. All right, get through this. All right, I'm about to just run through this if I can. I got. Put yourself in a dog spot. I mean, probably should kill this. It is a large amount of XP. All right, I'm gonna pass the rest of this though. Unfortunate. I need a chest piece, chat. God. I think this is where we rock on a hard place here, chat. I think I probably gotta go down. All right, level 3 Stormcaller. Thank God. Give it a lightning arrow. Caller so much better. All right, what do I want to throw on this though? Do I throw a lightning attunement on here? Lightning attunement. Rapid attacks, multi-shot actually. Multi-shot. Should we go that? You know what? I'm gonna go rapid, I think. Rapid attacks. There we go. Is it worth killing Mr. Booba Hooba Hooba? Probably, huh? We're severely missing supports, but I'll have to go back and find him. Might be over here, actually. Hold on, let me see if he's over here. If he's over here, we're gonna kill him real quick. For the loot. Yeah, he is, but. Oh my goodness, I forgot. I can't remember if Lightning Arrow is better for bossing or Stormcaller is better for bossing. No. Okay, you know what? We're gonna go back to Lightning Arrow. I think Lightning Arrow is better. Everything in actually. For bossing, we can just change them. Yeah. Yeah, Lightning Arrow, I think rods are better bossing, and then Stormcaller for clearing, I think. If I remember correctly. There we go. Okay. Do we throw it in Stormcaller? Like, do we do rapid attacks multi-shot or do innervate? Well, I think we do 100%. I just can't remember what we do. Hold on. Mobilytics. MOBA. Let's see. Yeah, okay. We can flip this over here to Stormcaller for clearing. Okay. I think we got the support from the witch. I don't think I got encampment actually. I don't think I hit encampment. I think I might be missing encampment actually. Yeah, I don't have camp. I don't camp. All right, let's go get camp real quick because that's a support gem we're missing. I need to hit camp. 100% hit camp. Hit camp. Hit camp. Hit camp's right here though. No. Yeah. Okay. You're dropping 3 dragons. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Which one did we have to see? All right, sell this real quick. Need to start getting other junk. Throw it on for now. I mean, level to prize skills, but nothing outside. We don't have the money to reroll right now. All right, what was the thing? There we go. Now, if I throw this in, is it highlight? It doesn't. I gotta do the dumb parameter stuff, don't I? Gotta buy armor really quickly just because I kind of need it. Better quiver. Quiver. I don't see any quivers at all. Okay, we're just gonna leave this. I thought Camp gave you supports. That's just on me, brother. On me, brother. Mm, mm. But wait, you're not gonna guarantee an iron ring out of this anymore? Oh, bugging? I thought you got a guaranteed iron ring out of that. Is there another one? Maybe there's 2? I don't know. Not blasting, I don't care about. It's Iron Lazuli? Dang, I got shafted or what? Alright, we need to find the other ones before we do that. Which probably honestly like right down from here, watch. Actually it does lead this way. Never mind. I lied. So I think now from no, I gotta be Act 2. We gotta start looking for spears. All right. Gonna be in the middle, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we got both tombs. Hey, what's up, Ben? Bear Titan. I mean, it looks cool. Looks cool. I'm more excited for wolf stuff though than bear. And it's playing the demon stuff, huh? Okay. All right, can you like stop body blocking me? Thank you, Jesus. Body blocking is real with this one, huh? Oh, I don't actually know where we go here. We could go there, but like obviously that doesn't really do anything. Maybe just accuracy rating. We gotta work our way down here. I guess just go there. Might be dead here though. Yeah, I got stunned. Unfortunate. RAM? Yeah, I seen that. How much is RAM right now? Take all this. There we go. Crap. Can I like, okay. I miss Flame Dash a little bit. Not gonna lie. So can I like dodge roll through? Holy. Yeah, I think we're what they call, there we go. Jesus. Yeah. I'm kind of cucked here, not gonna lie. Okay, maybe not. Okay, I don't think it's here. It's definitely not there. Can I roll through people? Thank you. I got chat, yeah. Our bow is not the best right now. It's not the best. What do you expect me to do here, game? Nah, bro. Alright, let's go back and get a better bow. That's hide out. I mean, that just likes that it's double sockable. He has nothing else in it. 2 to 3, 2 to 4. Need a better quiver is the issue. Could have sold it, but we're good. Where's the ring lady? I don't think she's here, but oh, this is technically her. Oh, that's nice, but it's way too much minus. Alright. So that feels. Multi-shot might not be the wave right now. Silver? Maybe? I have no clue. I mean, to be honest, everything's going up. Like, what's not going up right now? I don't think... Yeah, well, multi-shot. I think we gotta get multi-shot out of here. We just don't have enough damage for multi-shot. So we have, like, absolutely nothing right now. And I got smacked down. We're dead. Oh yeah, lightning resistant. Just what I wanted. What the fuck? What the fuck? The fuck, bro? Who the hell's playing that song? Y'all okay? Y'all okay? The fuck? Yeah, y'all need a timeout, bro. Getting me fucking like that's insane. Right, what are we online here? Let me see something online here. This voltaic plants is actually absurd. Okay, yeah. I think our issues were using Stormcaller Arrow that has like no DPS. Oh, these guys out real quick. There we go. Alright, there we go. Holy. I don't, maybe? I mean, we just have like no damage with Stormcaller is the issue though. And you don't have access to rods either for now. We could try it, I just don't think it's worth right now. Doesn't have enough damage, I don't think, on it. Because we don't have enough flat damage because we kind of got cucked on no iron rings and other stuff not dropping. All right. Good night. Game. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. This is not the prettiest league start or a try, but to be honest, I'm kind of dog right now at the game. This is Ben, bro. Yeah, figures it's Ben. You okay, Ben? You like this song a lot. Okay. It ain't me. I can literally see you redeem the song, man. Hello? Hello? You think you're slick, man? Hello? Alright. That's nothing to Ben, bro. Ben could buy like 1 billion of those gold bars and not even have a dent in his pocket. Okay. Oh, yeah. Do 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 do. Okay, chat. Yeah, I can't get out of that. Can you get stunned already, Manasaka? There we go. Well, you can't get lightning spear. I don't think for a, like. Hold on. Can you get lightning spear? When can you get lightning spear? Spear, lightning spear. I guess you could get a level 3, but the issue is you're not able to get. What's the other spear you need? Is it lightning spear, explosive spear, or is it storm lance you need? I think it's storm lance, isn't it? I don't know. What is the combo you run? All right. All right. Well, I need to go back and get a better bow real quick, or try to at least. I keep doing hideout, man. Fudge. I don't know. What do you start with lightning? Do you start with spear and then just an explosive spear? Like, what do you do? Also, how do I not have this Motosaka up yet? Okay. Probably shouldn't have sold. What do you call it? That, buy that back. Okay. Better quiver maybe? Damn, no quivers out of you game? The fudge? Ooh. Really good lightning damage to attacks. Yes. Oh, we don't care about any of that. Lightning Spear, Storm Lance plus Spear. Got you. I mean, but do you start with Spear though on Act 1 or do you go to Act 2 then Spear it up? Because I'm kind of just running this like. There's really only like one person that's done a quote unquote Spear stuff, and he didn't use Spear until Act 2. So that's why I'm like, I'm just looking at stuff, you know, kind of playing this off, I guess, the top of my head to an extent. We need a belt, we need an Ami. I'm not about to spend money for just nothing. Okay, that should help with damage then. And then I don't think you're gonna have anything good, even if you do, I can't buy them. Yeah, like that's amazing, right? But 1600, hell no. I start with Lightning Arrow and Rod until I kill the Rust King boss on Red Veil and I get the gem level 3 from him, then I switch Lightning Spear. Gotcha. Maybe we could try that. I think it just depends, like, if you have a decent spear, I guess. There's not. Okay, if you have to say that, majority of the time, it probably is. Oh yeah, I'm missing supports, though. Where am I missing supports from? Yeah, I should have done the... Should have done the thing. Damn, can get out of that. I'm out of flash already? That's not good, chat. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, it probably is. I mean, you're not wrong, right? When I go behind him, don't I? Go to the next area? Yeah. Well, we could swap the spear right now and try it. Because that's what we're technically trying to do. We get to see if spear earlier is better, maybe. We just have to have a decent spear. Because we do have a level 3 gem, so it's like we can upgrade arrow, rods, or whatever, but we could also go to spear and get lightning spear. Just we don't have explosive, right? Unless we just wait and try that after. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Trying to get spears in here? Nothing really good, huh? I guess we could look for spears, maybe, while we're doing this? I don't know. No, I finally have the hooded one. Jesus. I could get explosive spear too, actually. We do have a T1 here. I mean, yeah, I don't have a good spear though, right? I mean, then again, my bow's not really that good, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe just look for, I'll just look for a spear while we're out here. Go into this area. I'll go from there. Let's see. We don't have the Devour. Should I have done this quest, chat? Hold on. I probably should look at the thing you sent me, Hummin. The like speedrun chart. Right. Let me maybe pull it up and see. Let me go, man. My bad, brother. Yeah, it's Mud Barrow, the Cracks in the Earth mission. Get anything out of this? Should I have done it? No need? Okay. Wanted to make sure I'm not, you know, doing something I should have done. Gotcha. There we go. Yeah. Don't really feel like going right. Oh, it was temp bubble. Do, do, do. Not, what is this? This is Faithorn. Let's go. So other stuff can teleport back to Faithorn. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. That's the best stuff. My bad, bro. Damn. God. Yeah, I took a quick look, man, at that dock, and that like early stuff. Not gonna lie, for Act 1 is looking mad smart, bro. Like, we're gonna go here just to hit the thing, so we don't have to do it later. Why am I in Abyss? I don't know. Can you practice, bro? You think I know how to practice, bro? I do a minimum of 2 campaigns a playthrough, and maybe 2 to 3 sessions a league of practicing for campaign. I don't know. I don't know how to do this, man. I probably should be. You're right. Like, I don't know, brother. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we could do it. Like, I don't know, I think we'll just stick with this for the, like, remainder, right? Because we're going to be watching the interview. So we'll, like, do just, like, another, like, 30, 40 minutes to watch the interview. And then we might come back, and I might just do a full spear try on standard. And just see how that feels. You know what I'm saying? We got to go down here, I think, for the bus. Wow. Bum, bum, bum. Huge for leveling? Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, you get Lightning Spear at level 3, which isn't that, like, many levels in, right? So, I don't know, might just be worth, because I don't know, the bow, I'm not really fucking with the bow right now. And then, I mean, Lightning Arrow and Rods is only going to get nerfed, right? So, I don't know. Crossbows is good. I'm just thinking, like, you know, it is a little bit of chunk of money to respec all that. So, you know, if you don't have a castaway or you don't have some money saved up, definitely is kind of annoyance. But that's what I'm thinking. I don't know. Maybe just spears might be the wave. You know, it's pretty much the same pathing tree down and stuff like that. And it's not that much respecing going to be needed. So, it might just be better to do that. So, yeah. We'll probably just try and like full on, right? Full on spear leveling. Maybe use a bow for like the first 4 levels or something, 5 levels until you can get the Stormlance. But I don't know. Might just be better just to not do that though. Because then you don't gotta make a bow mule basically to not be, you know, crippled early game with bow if you're running a Huntress. So like I don't know. Ow, I dodge rolled that game. There you go. Wow, look, we got a unique, what was it? Unique shield. We didn't do the other one. Silence. Isn't there a monster, right? There's a boss you can kill here, I think that gives us support. Am I bugging? There he is. I forgot you can't do anything with that. There you go. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, there we go. MTH, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, man. Honestly, we should have just teleported there. I forgot about that. I forgot. Hold on. We need to go do this. And the bot broke. Who broke the bot? Who broke the bot? Oh, MCH. That SR is for song requests. Did you test expert leveling yet? I did not on Huntress, but there's already been videos of people doing that out there, and it's already been proven to work really, really well, MCH. So there's really nothing to like full test about it, right? It's not like anything in the new league it's gonna brick it. I'm just trying to test other stuff because it is kind of cost heavy in endgame. Like once you get the maps and stuff to swap off, it's like 140, 150k to respec everything. So you know you gotta factor that in. So that's why I'm trying other stuff right now. But I don't know. I might just try to test like full spear. Lucky, it's kind of what I want to do. Let me go back and sell this junk. I should set checkpoint first. Recommend anything? I think it broke. That's why, but other mine. We don't need you. We don't need you. We don't need you. You. We do have a better quiver now. Finally. All that. Okay. So we did want to go spear. That's not even bad, but spear, spear, spear. Then we're just looking for the most like flat damage as possible, right? On spear. Is there anything we're specifically looking on a spear? Like, should I go for the +1 to all melee skills plus the thing or what? Well, we'd want proj skills, wouldn't we? Actually, just proj skills if possible, then just a lot of flat damage. Highest physical? Okay. Well, then it would be this one. There's just nothing else that is good. Well, actually, it'd be this one. We'll try it. We'll try it. We'll flip off bow right now, and we'll try it. I'll keep this here just in case, but we'll try it. We'll try it. We'll try it. Because I can, I don't really have to worry about this. So, I'm assuming we probably keep Contagion. Probably. Then, it's level 3. We want to grab, Spear on. Lightning Spear, right? Lightning Spear, I'll throw rapid attacks in there, sure. Is there anything else we want here? Is it just Explosive Spear? Right now, double level 3 both of those. Is that Explosive Spear? Yeah, this we can throw in here for now. And then, is there anything we want at Lightning Spear? Like Lightning Attunement, Elemental Armament, what? Let me see, is there... Bum, 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 bum. Gonna go with that right now. Keep that on for now, I guess. Okay. Attunement, got you. Yeah, got you. Okay, we'll try that. Do I care about offhand or what? I mean, I guess I could get a shield for now until we can get down into other junk. But I might not waste any money on it until we can just pick one up. I can do hey, watching now. Let's go. Wait, are we actually starting Spear? Avidity, I'm testing stuff out. Like, Crossbow works. I'm just trying to see what other stuff feels nice, right? That's it. Off the ground, got you. I'll keep these two for now. Multi-shove I don't care about, so... So, real quick, rotation is what? Lightning Spear clearing, and then do I do, what, Explosive Spear and Lightning Spear for bossing? Or what is the rotation for that? I've never played Spear skills in this game, so it's going to be a little bit of a learning curve. I don't know. People have been telling me Avidity that Lightning Spear is better than bow leveling early game, and stuff like that, and really get through like just kind of the game in general. You did Avidity? Hell yeah! Lightning Spear for clear, Stormlance, and Explosive Spear for bossing. Okay, well I don't think I'm gonna have the Explosive Spear for Act 1, but or not Explosive Spear, but the Stormlance. Can I grab the chest? Thank you, Jesus. Alright. I honestly don't know where we go from here, to be honest. Or maybe down there next, I don't know. Yeah, I figured the tree's probably a bit messed up. I don't know, might be one over here. Like I said, we'll redo this. I just want to kind of get a feel for it right now and see like how it feels, and then we're gonna redo it. Probably after the interview. We'll watch it for a little bit, and then we'll probably redo the leveling. Like from start to finish, you know, with Spear. Just test it out and see how it feels. Yeah, this dude's freaking annoying. Anything up here? Bro, can you let me pick up the thing? Oh, that's why I'm full on inventory. Okay. Move all this to here. There we go. Gotta find the other thing. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. There we go. This is boss. Okay, so all of them are just going to be on one side, I guess. Go up and check here. So it's very good for new season. I have to look in to make sure at patch notes, but people have been telling me it's good for leveling and other junk, so we're just testing it. Because I would like to get away from crops if possible, so this way you guys don't have to have a bunch of gold at mapping the respec, but we'll see. How many of these can you throw on the ground? Is it one at a time? And just one limit on explosive spear? Bro, can you get the guy out of here? Thank you. Yeah, I think we're good to fight boss. Let's go and kill these guys really quickly. Yeah. Oh, we're not good to fight boss. Okay, there's one more, apparently. Well, I mean, I don't think it's down here. It's probably just like really upright. Yeah. Okay. Druid sucks for some reason. I'm gonna go Promise Friend Bleed Pathfinder. Common Blood Mage or Promise Strike some sort. That's crazy. Enlisted is at least harder. Yeah, I think I can see that. Oh, I got your video. Never looked at that. Act only with lightning spear. Yeah, we're testing. I'm just testing stuff out. I'm not really going for speed right now. I'm just trying to see how Act 1-ish feels with stuff. Um, and other stuff. I mean, I'm trying to like get back into the game with leveling. I've been out of it. I forgot all of what I've basically learned last league when I was like learning or trying to. So I'm testing stuff. I don't know. People have been saying that spear is really good, so that's why we're testing it. Or at least I'm trying to see how I feel. And I think they touch spears, didn't they? Some of the spears are getting I think attack speed buffs, but like base physical damage nerfs, and some of them are getting more physical damage and more attack speed, and etc. So I think they should be better or feel better to run spears. And then isn't I think some stuff is getting buffed, right? That's not fun. It's not fun either. Oh, that's not fun. Yeah. I mean, what can we do? Seriously, only good if you get the seriously wild right. Crazy avidity. I don't know if it did. I've been told by like 5 different people so far that spear leveling is good, so I don't know. Am I getting beta chat? What's going on here? Uncut level 4, I'll take that. Can we use the uncut level 4 right now? We can. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go lightning spear because I'm spinning that way more. Okay, I mean, it doesn't seem to be bad. I mean, obviously, I don't think I have optimal tree and stuff set up for it, so that's probably why it also doesn't feel as good, but... Oh, these gloves are actually really good, I think. Yeah, decent, decent. Alright, I need to get rid of something. I have so much shard to my inventory. No, anything in here worth? Not really. Yeah, not care about that. Okay, out of here. Okay, sorry. I mean, it is avidity. It's just the issues. It's 140k gold to respec out of it, right? So you got to keep that in mind once we get to endgame. But I mean, it is just like only one thing, so I don't know. I don't know. Might be worth. Might be worth. Horrible. These two can be deconstructed. We'll keep that. I don't know. Nah, I don't think Rake is good. I mean, it is one castaway, you're not wrong, but, you know. Let's see. Okay, serious. I mean, we can test all of it. You know, we'll test that. We'll test everything. We'll test everything. What if and this is what 10 and 19. This is 10 18. That sucks. I'm gonna regal this, I think, as well. Yeah, something more damage. Okay. Need to refund some stuff for strength. Yeah, we should go up with more damage, I think. Yeah. What do I need for this? 17 int. I don't think it's better than what we have, actually. I'm 11. What is this, level 12? Okay, we can get like a level here. Am I bugging, chat? Am I actually bugging right now? Is it done right? Actually done right? Bro, how slow are you to pick up the rune? Yeah. Alright, bottom right, I think, right, is the twins or whatever the boss is, or are they, yeah, bottom right, there we go. Let's kill these guys real quick so they don't come behind me. Or at least, these enemies over here. It doesn't feel bad to level with. We can try, I guess, grenades. I mean, like I said, I messed up stuff for sure. That doesn't help, but it's gonna keep going in here for attack damage, to be honest. It's bottom left still. All right. My boy Ben just keeps press songs. I respect it though. All right, there we go. All right. No mana. That would be an issue. No, man. This guy like blocked my shot. There we go. Yeah, well, I really want... Fudge, too many quest items, man. Drop you for now. There we go. Bomba. Okay. Some 2000s electronic, yeah. Right? I'd play in the background of an old Ratchet game. Ratchet game. Oh, Ratchet. Yeah. Honestly, you're kind of spot on with that, to be honest. It literally does sound like I'm playing a Ratchet and Clank game. Okay, it stopped. Okay. Mm-mm. Oh, 14 level, what, 12? Yeah, we need to level a little bit. Let's kill this rare. While we keep going this way. The fur plate would be nice to pick up too. Oh, Honey Spirit T2, we actually want that. There we go. It's not gonna be here. I just did myself so bad. I mean, Ratchet and Clank. No, I've played Ratchet and Clank. I think a lot of people played Ratchet and Clank. That's OG of PlayStation. Now, Banjo Kazooie. Who remembers Banjo Kazooie? Huh? Huh? Now that's a great one right there. Oh, Banjo Kazooie. Bro, we're supposed to go like far left. Yeah, don't put yourself in a corner and a rock in a hard place. What's your favorite game? Ah, look at that. Look at that then. Yeah, that game's OG, man. That game was so much fun. If we go back to it, we'll probably say it's not that much fun, but you know, it's not a bit. All right, what do you guys want? Yeah. All right. Okay, what can we get rid of here? Throw that out. I should have kept that, but whatever. We care about this? I don't think it's better. We're gonna sell it. Okay, let's go buy come on, better spears. Bro. Use better rings actually. And of course, shouldn't have sold anything good for rings. Alright, oh. Alright, what do we want on these? Probably throw off rapid attacks, get early armament. Lucky. Keep, I think, rapid attacks on the explosive spear. What do we need to be? Level 14 for this? Oh, one more we can get Stormlance, which would be kind of huge. Yeah. Oh. Are you talking about the shields? To be honest, I've kind of completely forgot about the shields. On the ground. There's its progress, which, yeah, it sucked. Alright. Okay. Oh god, I'm stuck, check. Okay, we're good. Alright, I guess it was up left. It's probably gonna be, I don't know, like an hour and a half, something like that. Hour 40. But yeah. Man, we were playing like bow and then now we're spear, so a little interesting to I mean, I think optimal is to come back and kill the guy after you kill the other guy, but whatever, we'll just gotta kill this guy first. Okay. You guys think we got any good information from the interview today, or do you think it'll be just kind of like standard, you know? Oh, it's another uncut actually. We'll take that. If we go based off of last interview, maybe. Okay, okay. Is it was top grade? Okay, am I bugging here, chat? Put down right now. Yeah. We'll kill her real quick. I actually need the level. Because he kind of asked a lot of the same questions, but in different ways. Oh, I got you. I got you. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what the boy cooks up. See if he has any good questions, if we get anything. It would be nice, definitely, if he asked about like crafting stuff or maybe like the value uniques, right? On like how many or of those are going to be in or something like that off the start. Or like how many druid uniques are going to be in off start would be cool as well. Because I mean, if 11 uniques is in total of all new value uniques and all new druid uniques, obviously it kind of is like, you know, kind of sucks. Because you got to think there has to be at least like 6 or so, right? That are probably Val, 6 or 7 out of those 11. So it only leaves you with like 1 to maybe 2 uniques per form off druid, and that's it. Like, that sucks. Oh, okay. Let's go real quick. Okay. Let's see now. Okay, so then you Storm Lance and Lightning Spear? Is that all you do? Okay, we need to upgrade flasks. Our flasks are not what we need right now. Yeah, only 90. It's really bad. Now let's just get through and then we can upgrade flask. I don't know if I like taking off the rapid attacks off this, to be honest. Like rapid attacks is kind of needed on this. Make it feel good at least. Alright, let's go back real quick and upgrade flask and then come back and kill. Did they not fix the whole getting stuck on enemies while dodging? I don't think they did, no. What do we sell, by the way? What was it on this? Yeah, I think ours is better. Yeah, ours is better anyways. Basically. Okay. No rings. It kind of sucks that we don't have any damage rings. That's like really, really blows. Any better spears? Not really, huh, chat? So that in there, and then we don't have. We do have a level 1 actually support gym. Okay, sorry, chat. What'd you say? Use 2 or 3 storm lances on boss on explode spear for that big damage. Explode spear. Okay, so do I not use storm lance at all? Do I just literally just like boom, boom, right, boom, and then just keep throwing these or something? Is that all I do? It's just literally explosive spear and storm lance and no lightning spear? Just okay. Well, we'll put all of our big stuff on non. I forgot. We should have actually. Hold on. Yeah, we'll do. I guess just nothing on lightning spear right now. I don't have any more support gems. Do have another level 5 though. We'll do Explosive Sphere since that is level 3 right now. Get that leveled up. Okay. See how this works. Elemental Exposure wand swap? What do you mean by Elemental Exposure wand swap? I never used Elemental Exposure wand swap. Talking about just running Ellie Exposure? Because you can run that on anything. You don't, it's not like exclusive to wand. That's what you're talking about. How many can you have on the ground? Okay, it's 3. So just... Mana's gone. Okay. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. I mean, it's not bad. I definitely like... I got hit. Hold on. I mean, it's not bad. It's just so much to press, though, I feel like. Like, throw 3 spears, then Explosive Spear, then Lightning Spear, then 3 spears, then Explosive Spear, then Lightning Spear, then 3 spears, and it's like, it's just so much to try to, like, keep in the back of your head and do at the exact same time. Bro, can I stop getting body blocked? I'm just gonna dodge roll for a second. There we go. Alright. Okay, let me see. What are you talking about, Surf? Uh... Okay, so what are you talking about? Can't cast elemental surge with only been equipped. I thought the optimal off-tan was to have elemental surge boost with the wand. Last league, all I did was literally wand, ball lightning for just shock, and then effigy for cruelty. That's all I did. I didn't know like boosting elemental exposure, none of that. Like I did run it in the beginning, but a wand didn't do anything for that. Now the only thing is I don't know to run the like elemental weakness. I would assume that's what you're talking about, skills, if that requires a wand. I don't think it does though, because I think you can use it on anything. But yeah. Hmm. Okay. Hold on. We have this. Okay, so what you're talking about? You're talking about running elemental weakness, right? Is that what you're talking about? Run Ellie weakness? You can run that on anything. I can throw this on a bow and use it. This is not wand specific. I'm confused. What are you talking about? No, we're still running that too, Surf. We're gonna be running Ball Lightning. We're only running like 1 to 2 skills off of Woof, if they work correctly. We're not running like 5 Woof skills. We're running 1 to 2. So we'll see what we can throw in. I mean, might have to run 1 to 2 on set rings. We'll see. That's if the skills work, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's not bad. Eh. I just don't know. It's not bad, but it's a lot of stuff to just try to throw 3 spears and explosive spears and lightning spear, and then it's like by the time you get 1 to 2 lightning spears off, you gotta then reapply your other 2. Like I don't know. Potentially CDT. Yeah, that's kind of the thought process, but we'll see. I mean, my main thing was go in freezing salvo. That should prime them to about 60 to 70%. Might have to hit 1 to 2 ice shots. Then we Arctic Howl, which they're primed for freeze. So we only have to hit 70% on like bosses, and that insta freezes them, and then we snipe. It says it's a spell curse. You can't put that on a bow. Are you sure? I swear I was using it on bows before. Hold on, let me go look. I mean, you might be right, but let me go see. Okay, what is this set 2? Open set 1 or 2? Okay, both. Okay. So what do we get out of this? 40%. Well, 58%. We gotta level it though. I mean, I believe that there's something on the wolf, I think, that lowers reses. So we might be able to just get around that, to be honest. But I mean, the kind of the thought process though is as well, Surf is like, we're getting so much damage though from, you know what I'm saying, from the wolf tree if it does work and the wolf skills, that we shouldn't need to run any Ellie weakness. We should just have the damage, you know. So I mean we'll have to test, right, and see. I mean that's if the skills work, like how I'm thinking it. And it should. The only thing I don't know is if they made it to where weapon swapping off, like a talisman will destroy any buffs you get of like any of the forms. Because there's not state specifically in the skill that I'm thinking of running on Wolf that says that it will negate any buffs, or like not in Wolf form can't get the buffs, right? But I mean, there's other ways to get pen though, right? So it's not that big of a deal. Bow, I don't know. I was because it's hard with bow because if you're Huntress, you got to make a mule because you need to get the other stuff, right? You need to get the quiver, you need to get the bow and stuff, and it's I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, sniping is insane. Yeah. Shock Magnitude. I mean, it's easy to get like around. I mean, let me think. Does ball lightning also not work on anything other than a 1? We have ball lightning here. We can set it to both. Yeah. Okay. I mean, there's ways to get shock. Obviously, it's not just ball lightning, right, or spells. All right. Let me throw up the stream real quick because they're about to. I think they're about to. Right. Or at least they're about to. Because they're starting at 3, right? In like 4 minutes. This should work. Yeah. Okay. We'll just sit here and wait till they start. Is it now? It should be now, yeah. I think it's 3 p.m. East. Which is in like 3 minutes. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, sir. I mean, there's other ways we can get shock. We'll have to see. But yeah, we'll play around with it. We'll see. Did he? I swear he tweeted out. Hold on. Did he say 5 PDT? That's hold on. Today at 3. I mean here. Today at 3 p.m. East, right? Still saying podcast? Is this not it? Is this not it, man? Yeah, he might have fixed it, man. Cast on crit, ball lightning, and elemental weakness or exposure. Everything's fixed. I mean, true surf, yeah, I could run something like that. Like I said, we'll play around with it. I mean, I'm sort of I mean, like I said, it could be a thing where we get in, it's like, okay, well, the wolf buffs don't persist if you don't have a talisman 100% on. Like if you have a talisman, you get it, then you weapon swap something else, it might auto delete it. Which then it's like, okay, we can still use wolf to like auto freeze or this, you know, or see what other skills, like we still don't know what the summon wolf's kind of information is going to be. Because like on the data mine stuff, it says that it makes crits more likely, but it's like, is that still the same? Did they rework it? You know, so there's still a lot of stuff that we need to
do an audio
go and see,
and we'll get going.
You know what I'm saying? So we'll have to play around. We'll have to wait and see. But I mean, that's the idea. And there's other ways of getting shocked too.
Enabled your audio. You should be good.
Because I mean, I think it's worth it because the amount of damage you're getting off of like gain damage is gold is cracked from wolf. It just depends if, you know, everything works like it should, at least the way I'm thinking. But there could be something weird or something they add in the next few days that doesn't make it work. But I mean, still cold with the buffs. You know what I'm saying? With the new like Hyrie's Ire, with the new
good. Okay, they're good.
Cinequino gloves that you can get from Arbiter Bash. Like,
all right. I think
there's a lot of stuff. Who knows what new lineage stuff might come in, the new double cropped. I mean, you know, what Val uniques that might be able to be changed for like Valmorns.
All right. All right, give me one more test for chat.
A lot of options that we have potentially. I mean, even if we did say, you know what, let's go full wolf, I still think Amazon's probably the best for full wolf because of like the accuracy stacking and you know, maybe the charge stuff you could do with it.
Silly YouTube intro and we'll hop right into it, man. Thank you for doing this as always. It's always a pleasure.
No problem.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hey, Exiles, welcome to yet another episode of the Still Sane podcast. I am here with the game director on Path of Exile 2, Jonathan Rogers, to talk all things 0.4, Fate of the Val, the last of the Druids. There's a lot packed into this update. But before we get to all that's packed into it and many burning community questions on it, I did want to take a few minutes to talk about what's not packed into it, okay? And that's obviously the endgame, right?
What do you mean accuracy got a big nerf? Where?
Big revamp for 0.4. It was pushed to 0.5. You guys were very upfront about that. Now, one question I've seen a lot in the community is, given in 0.3, you guys did push a good chunk of substantive endgame changes in that 0.1 update. that ended up being pretty positively received. Do you know if there's any chance or opportunity for a 0.1 patch for 0.4 wherein you do make some endgame alterations?
We certainly could do that, but if we're doing that, it'll be because we're seeing feedback about more mechanical things as opposed to content. Like one of the big things that we like, that's supposed to be coming for the end game is a lot more
Oh,
content
that's
stuff and
that's
change
that's
the atlas
nothing
tree and that
avidity.
kind of thing.
Like, I mean,
So
that's
I
just
don't think
attack
we'd be
speed,
doing
which we
that
can
in
get
like a
from other
0.41
sources.
type update. It's more about
Plus,
like
I mean,
if there's
literally
something
in
that's like going
0.3, I
wrong
wasn't
with what
running
we've got,
any
or
sort of
like
attack speed increase, to be honest with you.
things where we're
Like
like
maybe 20, 30%,
we're
and I
unhappy with
was fine
the
with
current way it's
myself.
working.
So
That's the kind of changes that
that
we would then
doesn't
do in a
mean anything,
0.41.
to be honest with you, dude.
So but in terms of like content,
Now, if
those would usually
accuracy
be
itself got
the
nerfed, where we
larger
can't
kind of
stack as high, that
releases. So
obviously means less
that's what
crit,
we're seeing there.
less
That
damage
makes
on the
total sense
weapon,
and
obviously.
expected from me.
But
Then
yeah,
the
that
system
accuracy,
that
I
you
don't,
currently have
attack speed,
implemented,
it's
Arbiter
nothing,
of
bro.
Ash. Okay, he
People
has
be
this
like, that only is really a
new
big
beam
impact if
him
you're
to
running like
unlock
crossbow skills
rare
that you need like
tablets, so you
20
can
attacks
juice
per
your
second
maps
or
a lot
something,
more
then
than you
sure.
could previously in
But that's really
0.31.
not too much of a
Now,
big hit for
the
like bow stuff,
Arbiter,
to be honest.
unless there are some secret changes not in the patch notes, is still an RNG gated pinnacle boss. You
Yeah,
have
for
to
sure,
go out in the
avidity,
middle of
but
the
that's
atlas,
what
you
I'm
gotta
saying. Like,
find the citadels.
I
And
didn't run
I gotta
Amazon at
say,
all
just
last
from
league, and I
my
was
own
one-shotting
personal
pinnacles and
experience and
clearing
many
content with ice
anecdotes I've
shot,
seen
and now
across,
we're going Amazon,
people will
which is
get to
like
level 92,
2x of the
93,
DPS, right?
pushing out, looking at the burning
So,
monolith, and they will not find the Arbiter. Do you guys have any changes planned there, especially now that
plus
he's
bow
locking
skills, you don't
behind
really
such a
need that high of
substantial
attacks.
piece of
Like, if you can get,
endgame juicing
few
content?
attacks per
So
second,
I
you're basically
think
fine.
that
You don't
in
need to have 15
0.31 we
attacks.
did.
Like, if you have maybe
I can't
2,
remember
3
if it was
attacks per second,
0.31 or
you're
whether it
good.
might have gone. We did improve the like the number of them quite a lot. It's actually
Well, yeah, if
like
you, like I
it
said,
is
if your build
random right
needs
now,
attack
but
speed, you're
it's
good.
the
But
plan
ice
is
shot stuff
to
doesn't really
like
need
I mean
attack
one of
speed.
the things we want to do when we're improving the end game is we've talked
Snipe
before
doesn't
about
need
how we
attack
want
speed.
to
Ice shot doesn't need attack
improve
speed.
the feeling of not having goals, and one of the ways to
Plus,
do
there's
that is to
more
kind
ways
of
to get attack speed, so
questify
we're fine. We're
some
fine,
of the
guys.
mechanics for
I'm gonna go to the
like
bathroom
the
real quick
various
while this
elite
plays.
mechanics and
I'll be
so on.
back in
So
like a
they've kind
minute or
of got
two.
like
Be right back, guys.
predefined places where you can kind of do those things like at the start, right? So the idea would be like at the start there's kind of a quest line. It's going to tell you, you need to go here and do this, that kind of thing, and then it's only once you reach the end of that kind of quest line element that you would then get the sort of full random like stuff. And so that would mean that like for the first time that you fight a lot of this content, there'd be a predefined way to do that. The sort of the challenge part is kind of intermixing the kind of random elements of the end game in with like a kind of a more of a storyline type, you have to do this then that kind of thing. So that's kind of what we've got like going on, what we hope to do later, and that will mean that you no longer have that RNG element as much for some of that stuff that's sort of imperative to do. But the thing is that like I still don't want it to be that when you start the end game, it's just like a completely predefined experience like the campaign. There needs to be an element of randomness to it. So it's really just a question of like how to kind of get those mixed elements. But yeah, one thing I can mention, I don't know if like if people know exactly how this works, but um, uh, there are these like macro blocks in the in the random algorithm that it uses, and
Okay.
within one of those we do guarantee uh, uh, actually how does it work exactly? There's something like there's an arbiter like out of one in every two macro blocks, and like within a macro block it's like a certain defined area. You're always going to find all three citadels. So like it's kind of like it's not fully random. Like we have sort of like toned down the randomness compared to how it was like right in the beginning. But I do understand you can still have a situation where like just due to unluckiness you kind of like go right between two of the blocks. You don't really know. I mean they're not obvious, right? So that can kind of mean that you can still feel quite unlucky, even though technically there's kind of a defined rate of them that you'll get.
Right. Okay. All right. Yeah. I just know a lot of people are probably going to end up trading for fragments if they're playing
Sure, I
with the
mean that can
market
happen
and
as well,
stuff
of
like
course.
that. So
Yeah, yeah.
hopefully with 0.5 we get the improve, like more like you said,
I think
streamlined for.
I think that you'll appreciate that what the changes that are coming as far as like the Atlas story, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Exciting stuff. 0.5 is going to be good. Okay. A few more end game things that I just wanted to touch on here.
Hmm.
There's also been a lot of people asking about greater zoom for the Atlas since that's,
Hmm.
so many nodes and everything. Is there any plan on making that happen?
I do want to look into that pretty soon. One of the reasons we didn't do the Zoom initially so much was just because of performance issues. I've been concentrating a lot on performance recently, so
Right.
this is something that I can now probably look at again and see whether or not the performance is going to be better. There's still quite a lot to come there though with performance, and so and basically, honestly at this point I should probably check again and see what the performance is
I'm back.
like if we allow greater zoom.
What did I miss?
It really
What did I
is just a
miss?
performance concern. So we can definitely do that. I mean, there might be some clarity issues, but I'm sure we can.
This
solve that. I mean,
crazy Epic. Well, get the fuck out of here,
got
Epic.
various hacks to allow zooming out extra and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So therefore, like, it's not like too bad.
Go watch
or anything.
Shotgun
People
Try
do
if you
love
don't
it.
want
So
people
yeah,
talking
as long
over
as we
it.
can get the performance of it fine, then it's probably fine to do.
A slight side tangent here. You mentioned you've been focusing a lot on the performance, and I know you also said that you coded the core system of Fate of the Val, the actual temple. Do you do a lot of the hands-on like coding with all these things right now?
I don't
But they're
usually.
nerfing Amazon?
But
Blasphemy.
in this league, I did the Fate of the Val core like simulation, and then I did get a bit involved in the performance work. Like, one of the things you can get in a game company is that like you've got all these specialists, right? And it's like, here's a guy who's working on UI, and here's a guy who's working on gameplay, and here's a guy who's working on like core engine stuff, and it's like people can often lose focus on the larger picture because it's very easy to look at something and kind of be like, oh, okay, well, this is, the gameplay team needs to work about that. And so it's hard sometimes for someone with a more global look to come along and kind of say, okay, well, if we look at all these together, what are the problems, looked at as a larger system? And so that's when it can kind of be a bit useful for me to step in and be like, okay, like, let's try to work out some kind of coordination here to actually try and find that stuff out. So if you want to like talk about it, I can talk about the technical details. Like what we did previously, we like when you're rendering the game, you've got like and simulating the game, you've got like effectively a job system where you've got like, here's the CPU cores that you've got, here's the jobs that we want to to run on those cores. And previously we had this very ad hoc system where like, this thing would queue some jobs and that thing would queue some jobs, and they all had their own synchronization of like when to know when was finished and when one wasn't and all that kind of stuff. And what I effectively did was write a job system that allows for kind of like creating a global view on like when to run things and so on. And then once you've got that, it's sort of easy to tell like this can run alongside this and this can't run alongside that and all that kind of thing. And you can effectively express all these dependencies. And then once we had that, then all the programmers in the various systems can then go and start, putting things in there. And then everything now runs just a lot more concurrently than it did before. So the major change we had was just making it so that we can take advantage of more of your CPU because we're running things concurrently that previously weren't allowed to run at the same time. And then of course there was also just other optimizations, just like, hey, this is slow, that is slow, we get spikes when you do this, you get spikes when you do that.
Right.
Just that kind of stuff, that I just kept on pounding people, like, no, we need to fix this, we need to fix this. And one of the other things as well is
Get to the
really
good
making
questions.
sure that we never get a situation where a resource that's needed is not available at the point where we need it. So that's been something we've been focused on for quite a while now, actually, kind of getting all those things sorted out. And a lot of the time that's what leads to spikes, because you go and you use a skill and then like, oh, the texture for this wasn't loaded or whatever it is, and then now you have to wait for that to happen, and so you get a frame spike. So we're just like fixing all of those kinds of problems and generally improving that kind of thing.
Well, the baseline performance improvements look fantastic, and I know that was the number one thing that people had a lot of problems with. Console,
there's
PC, so it's awesome.
But there's still a lot more to do. Like I know, like just even looking at what we've got, like there's quite a lot more that could be optimized, like just on a more individual level. And it's still funny the way that you find things like just to pick a random example, like we found out like a week ago or something that we were iterating through the whole UI 3 times every frame, that kind of thing. It's like you look at it and you're like, okay, that's not really very good. Like it doesn't matter that much. Like in the end, right, that particular thing only was like 0.3 milliseconds, right? It's not actually adding up to like a huge amount, but like in the it's like it's just lots of little things like that all add up to something, which is a problem, right?
Yeah.
So you go through things and you find them, you remove them one at a time. And now a funny thing we actually ran into the other day is we actually ran into a problem that only reproduced when the FPS was too high. So we're like over 400 FPS, you actually start to get this kind of problem. And I'm like, that's not normally a problem that you normally run into. I mean, this is in like a test scene that was like really empty, but previously we couldn't even achieve that kind of FPS.
Right.
So we never found that kind of problem before. And another funny thing about that one is it turns out that the code for that that was bugged went back to commit number 1632, which I did 18 years ago myself. It was a bug in my code from 18 years ago. That was like right in the depths of the code base. There was like a rounding problem with the that I added that long ago, and so
Jonathan's
kind of
a mad
coder
confirmed.
all the way back in the early history.
Okay, that's wild that you have the date, like the date's going all the way back then. You have everything tracked.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. I
super
mean, we've
cool.
got our version control just goes all the way back to the very first commit of the company
Hey.
from from right from the beginning.
Very nice. Okay, and I know people. I know it's interesting though. The massive improvements. Thank you for the tangent. I appreciate it, Jonathan. Okay, swapping gears back to PoE 2 specifically. So another question that a lot of people have about PoE 2's Endgame is the severe punishment for death. Okay, we have minus XP, we have the inability to use tablets on map nodes, we lose any special things that were attached to that map node when you die, and now we're losing our limbs that we earn in the temple. So a lot of people are wondering, does it need to be that punishing? Is there any room to like relax a tad on it? I do think there should be some punishment, but what's your opinion on this?
So, I mean, it comes down to all of those things have different purposes that are kind of important. So, the XP penalty obviously would be the main one that people would, like want to chat about. And effectively, that one,
Yeah, that's a good
it
question,
is
man.
important to me that there
We need
is
to know how
a
many uniques.
reason why you can't just build entirely glass cannon. And if we didn't have the XP penalty in in-game maps, you wouldn't you'd just be able to do that. Now, in PoE 2, we obviously removed the penalty that we used to have in PoE 1 during the campaign, and that's because there really wasn't a thing that was giving us, right? So if you're going to have a penalty for death, it needs to be like achieving some kind of gameplay goal, and here what we want to do is actually make the in-game ladder competitive and not just have it that the strongest glass cannon wins. Like, there needs to be an element of, like, you do need to actually build defenses if you want to get to level 100, and I think probably the major reason why we see a lot of pushback about this is because the community often have an expectation that getting to level 100 is a thing that you should be doing. But like we've never seen it that way because it's kind of like, okay, level 100 is supposed to be the thing that like only the like top people actually do. But I think that what you've had a situation where there's a lot of games where getting to max level is kind of like not like
Yeah, the
like, it's not
leveling
a
XP
huge
penalty
deal.
is
You know,
fine.
like if you're talking about like like traditional
Now
MMOs
the
and stuff like that,
limb
right? Like
dying
getting to
being
max level
removed
is
off
just
the
like
vow
table stakes to even
mechanic,
begin the end
I don't
game
like
in
that.
a lot of those cases. So because we're not like that, because the ladder is actually competitive, and because you have a thing where you're not necessarily expected to reach that to kind of finish the game, as it were. It just sort of means that there's a bit of a different situation. So I think some of it can just come down to, what are we doing to communicate the fact that level 100 doesn't have to be your actual final goal. And like, to be honest, like the last few levels of like getting from like 96 or something to 100, it's not like you're getting a huge amount of power for doing that, right? Like an extra 4 passives, it's not like the hugest deal. Like you get a much larger amount of power from just like all the other stuff you're doing. So that's what that penalty is doing. Now the map, removing the stuff in the maps penalty, the specific problem that's solving is that we don't want it to be that there's an incentive to kill yourself and fail the map on purpose in order to re-get some of the rewards in the map. So effectively what we do is remove all the rewards in the map once you die, specifically just to prevent that kind of item farming abuse that we'd otherwise have there. So it's not like I want that penalty per se, it just fixes the exploit you'd otherwise have. So if we had another way to address that, then we would just not do that. It's entirely just down to that particular thing.
Right.
So I mean that's sort of an example of thing. Now the limb thing, I just thought it would be a cool.
It's cool.
We just thought it'd be a cool thing. Like that was just like it's just one league. Like I just thought it'd be a sort of fun thing. I do like occasionally having like quirky and out there mechanics. So yeah, that's what that one's about.
Yeah, that one was a little jokey. I did have one other one that I wanted to touch on too that I didn't include in that list. So when people juice maps now in PoE 2, the more mods equals the less portals. When you have maximum number of mods on your waystone, you get 1 portal. Do you think that might be a tad too punish? Like would you ever swap it to 2 portals? So you do have a little bit of leeway if you're going full in, 6 mods, corrupted, everything, or no? You like the max punishment there?
Yes, I like the fact that you go down to 1 life. Like the hardest content is 1 life exactly. I guess the thing there is once again like there's the expectation. Like I would hope that most people towards the end game aren't dying most of the time. And really, there's a bit of a communication element here too that we're trying to do, which is to communicate the idea that if the maps are too hard for you, then maybe run less mods on them, right? Like make it less hard for yourself, so then you get a little bit of that sort of easier time. And so my hope is that that can kind of is the thing that gets communicated by that, by that element. I guess it's not been something that's particularly come up for me as a problem recently, so I guess it's one of those things that I'd have to maybe have another think about. But yeah, it's not really on my radar as like that being a particular thing as a problem for people.
I'm curious.
I'll give you
Oh my god, you can get ads for this? Brother, man. Is this on YouTube? Hold on. Hold on, boys. Is this on YouTube? If not, I'm gonna have to install an ad blocker real quick. Alright, we're going to YouTube. YouTube's gonna be so much better for this. It shouldn't give us ads after this. Hold on. It's running ads during an interview is crazy work, boys. I've never seen that before. All right.
What people will treat that as is like
There we go.
judging me continuously for every single minor thing. It's
Yes,
like
my
if I
man.
don't pick up an item or if I just like don't, over there, I'm going to be completely judged about it. He was sort of saying you really shouldn't do that because all it's just going to result in is like random
Crazy, man.
those kinds of issues. And I feel sad about that because honestly, I would love to just have a good time, just like having a chat to someone, playing the game, that kind of thing. But he was
nothing
saying,
said
you're
meaningful
probably
and
gonna,
human.
regret
Talked
doing it
about
if I do.
performance
So,
fixes,
I'm not so
talking
sure about
about
that one, unfortunately,
penalties
due to
on
that reason,
dying.
but,
People
And
can
that's
be
a bit of
brutal. They can
if
be
he would
brutal,
ever do
dude.
2 portals
So
for max
I was
juicing instead of
asking
1, and that's
because
about
you
it.
mentioned you didn't have the issue. Have you been playing like
Nothing
some of
right
the
now.
end game? I know in the past you said you mostly play the campaign and then
I
reset when you're
do,
testing.
yeah, I do mostly play campaign and then don't go like play much of the end game. And the reason is because mostly what I'm playing is I'm playing at home on the dev build. I'm like testing a new character, that kind of stuff. So I don't often get a chance to play much of the end game stuff. Now the person who does do that a lot is Mark. Like Mark plays the end game a lot, and usually he's playing multiplayer as well because he wants to make sure that all the multiplayer issues get tested because usually in QA.
You guys
Like,
can hear it, right?
multiplayer specific problems don't come up a lot because like they're obviously all testing individual things or whatever. So by testing multiplayer, you can actually make sure that we don't have kind of catastrophic issues, and a lot of them come up like and especially more subtle ones like along like with bosses and things like that because like bosses need to have AI specifically for multiplayer and that kind of thing, and you don't necessarily got a lot of opportunity to test that in the normal office environment.
Right. Okay, great. Let's move on to I think one of the most controversial topics of the entire patch. One that I was so pumped about when I first heard. It came out of I think it was Mark's mouth. Okay, 40% reduced monster density in Endgame.
Djar,
packs,
thank you for the follow.
That was a big change that was made. I played a ton of 0.3 and I had a great time, but after that patch, I had seen the game as moving a lot more toward the Path of Exile 1 identity. You're zooming through maps, you're blowing up screens of mobs, there's not a lot of engaging combat going on in the end game, and I was like, okay, that's fine, whatever, they'll kind of morph into the same game eventually. And then when I read through the patch notes and when I saw your guys' presentation for 0.4 and you said that line, I was like, oh my gosh, they're trying to build more visual clarity back into the game. They're trying to maybe make combat more engaging. Could you break down what your goals were with that?
I think only a few people actually play the game in human and stuff like that and grind it like we do.
Just the swarming thing.
So I mean, I guess there's several issues, right?
Yeah.
So one of them is the swarming for sure, just like a problem where like a lot of people were very unhappy about that. I do think that it was too much. Like I think in fact the numbers were just wrong from the start. Like we just for whatever reason got that incorrect with the monster pack stuff we did in Endgame. The issue that we had, of course, was like, nerfing this is controversial, like 100%. I mean, like I say nerfing, but it's like it isn't so much a nerf exactly, right? Like there's still the same amount of life you have to kill from monsters. It's a question of whether it's distributed from multiple monsters or not. And I think the issue that we really had was just that we were limiting the number of builds that were viable at endgame.
Right.
Like kind of unintentionally, right? Because you had like there was just a minimum amount of kind of AoE clearing.
Does this nerf take effect campaign too? The 40% reduced monsters, but 40% more life. Is that in campaign for every like monster and boss?
Like concentrates on bigger hits that is.
Or is that just mobs?
Like both of those things should be allowed.
And only in endgame.
And the current way it was just kind of wasn't really allowing for that. Now, because of the Atlas tree, and especially what we'll do later on, there's like, and just like general speaking, you can add more monsters, you can get more of that stuff, right? So that can still happen. And so I don't think that it's going to end up being, like something where you just feel like monster density is like, I don't want anyone to ever be thinking like, where's the monsters?
Only
like,
endgame? Okay, gotcha.
It still needs to be that, like you still want to be at endgame blasting some monsters. It's just that you really need to have it so that it isn't so overwhelming that a person who like, is so that you don't want everyone to feel pushed into, okay, I can only play like the biggest AoE, like lightning spear, this kind of stuff, type of thing, right? Or like whatever is the most spammy. So that's really the key goal there. I think we're gonna have to look at it again, like now that we've got another playthrough here, and like with all the people and see how that goes. But yeah, I mean that's the basic idea behind it.
Okay. Question about the packs and everything. I think there's 40% less monster packs. that also mean there's less rare monsters, or is the number of rare monsters and maps the same as
No,
before?
the number of rares is the same. Because we didn't reduce the number. We didn't reduce the number of packs. We reduced the number of monsters in a pack, and that, by the way, like the way that that's done is by there's this system called effectiveness, which is basically every monster has like a budget of how much like how much they are worth, as it were, as a monster, in terms of like how, and it sort of loosely correlates into how damaging they are, and but it also translates into lots of other factors, so like how much do they drop, how much experience do they give, all these kinds of things. And effectively, what we did is reduce the effectiveness per pack to be lower, so that like the individual packs can be smaller. Now that can still be grown again by mods and all the things. Like, so when you add extra monsters with mods, what that's doing is it's increasing the effectiveness budget that a pack has, so that the pack can grow larger. But it doesn't actually change the number of packs, which is what controls things like how many rare monsters you get and that kind of thing. Because there's usually well, there's only one rare per pack usually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
How does it interact with league mechanics like ritual, wherein the more monsters you have, like the more ritual favor you get? Have you guys thought
So
about that?
ritual numbers were balanced basically to counteract this. So like like it's just like basically, because but the goal is not to nerf rewards here. The goal is to keep those the same. So therefore, anything like that's going to care about something like that, we just adjust the numbers to kind of like sort that out.
Okay, exciting. All right. Now, with this change, where there's less monsters per pack, maybe the packs have a little bit more identity. You're supposed to maybe engage with them a tad more. I had a conversation with Neversink last night about rare monsters and how originally they were going to have a bigger identity in PoE 2.
Right.
And right now, rare monsters are completely enveloped by the modifiers on them. I think we saw this really well with Abyss, where, oh my goodness, some of those Abyssal rare monsters modifiers were killing me. Do you see a world in which PoE 2 maybe returns to that age where each rare monster is going to be, kind of special? Maybe it's like a 3-4 second fight where you care about the monster and you don't care so much about the modifiers on the rare monster.
I do want to make rares more interesting and identified like that. It's just the issue with that is that it's really hard to get time for a change like that, which doesn't see as much immediate return. So it's one of those things where, like, once we get a bit of time, we can do something like that. And what I sort of suspect is we'll probably have like a launch at some point where like that's a big focus and we make it into a feature and like we try to like make sure there's something there. But it's just it's kind of like it probably won't be soon. Like I certainly don't think it would be
I can see that in human.
full
Yeah.
release, because it's something that we kind of can't, I think, justify.
I feel harder than Uber or T3 whatever.
Right?
Yeah, they do avidity.
We need all the
they
people working on
do,
monsters to be working on Acts 5 and 6 and that kind of stuff. So like there's that's the issue that we'd face trying to do a change like that right now.
Every monster needs the Death Knight treatment. Come on, we want all the monsters to have special abilities. Okay,
not really, no, because I don't want to get one shotted the whole time.
Clarity. So
if you give all special abilities,
clarity, so monsters and like a monster abilities seem to have been addressed a little bit in this patch in 0.3.1. How about character visual clarity or skill clarity? I remember so vividly listening to you guys, I think you and Chris, talk about, oh, in Path of Exile 2, you'll be shooting 10 arrows instead of 100, but the 10 arrows will have the effectiveness of the 100. Right. In PoE 2, it seems like it's kind of jumped the shark already. We're already in this patch, and you're able to do that with Twister builds, some lightning arrow builds.
Twister's nerfed again.
That as something you want to allow, or something you want to rein in eventually?
It is a very tricky balance for sure, but look, we are trying to improve the the worst cases, right? So I mean, there was that. I'm seeing some video of like Ziz, like where he's like doing his flashbang build and he puts his dark glasses on, right? It's like that's the thing we really don't want to be really don't want to be required. So I know that there were changes to cluster grenades to make it so that wasn't as much of a problem. I think that they split.
Right now I'm thinking Amazon. Like ice shot snipe, since it's getting buffed with some new stuff and uniques that are getting changed, and there's a new bow cluster
that was a little bit
being
less
added.
Crazy. Like we do sort of adjust it.
I'm looking into that right now.
And like I know that there was
the new stuff. I mean, the new druid class. To be honest,
still more temporal culling stuff.
Shaman is all spell stuff. You're not doing spells, kind of.
Things in to make things a little bit spammy.
We don't know
there's
enough
stuff like
about
that
Oracle
going
yet.
on. Like for just a couple of days ago, we were fiddling around a bit with the ice explosions, the shatter effect, because that was like a performance problem people had. Like I mostly was caring about performance when I was looking into that, but like there's things like that we can do to kind of just improve stuff. And by the way, the shatter effect should no longer be a performance problem. It's like now cheaper than the monster that got shattered, so that's good. So there's things like that that we can do. But I mean, it's like really, I think that's just you don't want to ruin the fun for people either.
Then I got nerfed.
So
It's not as good as it used to be.
I think
Pathfinder's
that,
good
in a
if you want
way,
to
as
zoom,
well, the
but its
mock
ascendancy doesn't add any
will affect
DPS
this because it's gonna
overall.
require less spam
Whereas
to be
Amazon, you
effective
can actually
necessarily
stack,
anyway.
get
So
a crap ton
you know,
damage
you'll
from
kind of get
accessing the
that
weapon.
situation where that sort of
Get a
improves.
crap
But
ton
look,
of
I just don't
base
want to be
crit
seen as
chance
like
through
we're just going to
accuracy.
nerf everything, right? Like
You
we are
get
going to
open
do targeted nerfs. We
weaknesses
have
through
been doing
predatory
that.
instinct, gives you 50% more
But the
damage
thing
on
is as
it.
well
Like,
is that like
just
people
giga
sometimes
juice
don't
for
appreciate the fact that
DPS
the way the stuff gets out
compared
of
to
control is not
Pathfinder
necessarily
and
predictable
Deadeye.
by us. Like it's to do with the combining overlap of like many different things that sort of come together. It's like, oh, now this is really easy to do, and like
They
usually
took
when
off
we've
Windward, so now you don't
seen
have the damage,
situations where
less
the
damage
spam can be
taken per
high, we've
Tailwind
kind of been like,
stack.
okay,
They
sure,
nerfed
it's
Tailwind a
possible to
bit
spam this thing, and you can
on
see
its
what
like
the limits of the player
evasion
are.
and
But we've
some
always
other
been of
stuff
the
it gives.
opinion when we can
They
see
did
that, we
add,
can test
I
that in advance, that,
believe,
oh, but no one would
per
do that
Tailwind stack, you get
because,
more
for
like
this reason or other reason,
prevented damage from
the
deflection.
damage is going to be low. It's not actually going to be worth
And they
doing.
added a new
And so
ascendancy
then the
node to
trouble
take
has
over
been that like
Windward
someone
that
finds a
has
way to
Mirage
make
Archer
the
now.
damage
But we don't
good,
know how Mirage Archer is going to
through some
act,
combination of
or
things,
how
and then now
good the
suddenly
AI is
there is
going
an
to be,
advantage to
you know,
doing
because
this
I
like
tried it in
crazy spam.
0.3.
And so that's always kind of been
And it
the
would
thing
just
that's taken
spam
us a bit by
snipe instead of
surprise with
charging it, so
some
it
of
was
these
just useless
some of these
in
balance
most
things.
regards.
So really, that just comes down to better balance and just improving, you know, a lot
And I
of
mean,
those
yeah.
things. But
So the only
I
real thing you're
do
getting is if you
appreciate
stack a
that,
crap
like,
ton of
there's
evasion
still
to try to
concerns
get
around
a
visual clarity. I mean, so like
deflection,
another one, right, was like ground fire
and then
can be annoying
Proj
and that kind of stuff.
basically
Like,
out of Deadeye.
there's certain things that can like be
So
really
just not as good
spammy
anymore.
and kind of bad, and we probably just need to adjust the effects in some cases. But the issue once again there is that I don't want it to turn into like maybe this is a bit of a deep reference, but you don't want it to turn into the kind of like Quake
Add
3
opacity skill
scene of
for
like, you know,
skills.
just set
Yeah, that would be
textures
nice.
to nothing and all that kind of stuff, right? Like you do want like some level of visuals to look reasonable. So yeah, it's just a tough balance, and we just like have to slowly grind out and get there.
I'm sure you've seen or heard the feedback about maybe implementing a visual opacity slider for player characters.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of that kind of thing.
Oh, well, we ain't getting
because
it.
like look, I understand the desire for it, but the I do think that it's better just to like fix skills individually until you get to the point where it's not a problem anymore. Just making everything invisible, I'm just like not a fan of. I really don't like it in games when like something happens and you don't see it. And like also, by the way, just turning having there are a lot of effects. If you made them transparent, they would suddenly be very expensive. Just as a random side note, since transparencies do cost more than opaque things in computer
Really?
graphics.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's because you have to draw two things in that one spot, right? Like if something's transparent, you have to draw all the things of it that are there. But if something's opaque, then the thing behind it is not drawn anymore.
Oh wow. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Nice. All right.
And
So
human.
another
No,
read
we ain't
density
getting that.
question here that people have asked about, and I know you already mentioned that you don't want people to feel like this, but there's a lot of worry that the game is going to turn into a walking simulator now that the packs are this much smaller,
Well,
and that there's
certainly it's not going to be that.
not.
It's just not going to be that, right? Like it's just not going to be that. I mean, do you feel that way, like in the early in game,
Oh,
or
I
like, you know,
don't.
towards the end of the campaign?
I don't
Right.
feel that at all. No.
Right. Well, then there you go. Right. I mean, it is only like it hasn't been nerfed below that. Like it's not like it gets like lower over time, right? I mean, it just doesn't.
And I think
Go
one thing that's
higher than that.
not in the 0.4 patch notes that was in 0.3.1, a lot of map sizes in Endgame were reduced by a tremendous degree. So maybe some
Right.
people who might have bounced, they don't recall that. So I think everything is scaled a little bit down too.
Mhm.
Now, you mentioned targeted nerfs a second ago, so I want to skip ahead in my question list, Jonathan, and talk about something that is on everyone's minds. One of my friends said, remove it from the game. The Roa. Okay, I'm not a Roa enjoyer at all. I can't get into it. I know it's powerful. I'm not an enjoyer. Lots of people are Roa enjoyers. So Jonathan, can you give me like a dissertation on how the Roa is a balanced thing in PoE 2 right now?
Right. Well, I'll preface this by saying that I'm not primarily a balanced person. Like, there really is more Mark's domain. But at least the Roa, for whatever reason, the Roa got buffed when the sprint came out, and like that was kind of wrong. So like that's getting undone. It's kind of now back to just being normal movement speed again. And then also, I think the spirit cost is probably a little bit too low. Like, it probably just needs to increase a little bit. Like, it shouldn't necessarily be the case that like it's completely mandatory to actually play. But I mean, yeah, look, it's powerful, right?
Just take
For
Roa
sure.
out, bro. If you guys don't know how to
But
balance it, man.
like, I don't necessarily think it's
It's gonna
be
become a
cost-
thing
like,
if
I
you
think it's
increase
capable of
spirit
being
cost, no one's
balanced. Like, I
running
don't
it,
think
and then
it's
you're gonna
not
have
bad,
to
you know,
reduce
the right
spirit
spirit
cost,
cost,
and
you
people are
get
gonna run it, and then you're gonna have to like just
right
remove
numbers.
it, bro.
But I think the key important thing is just that it does. I don't think anything less than 100%. Like, I don't think anything less than having it be that you stay at exactly your normal move speed.
If they
when you
increase
use it
spirit
will
cost,
feel
nobody's probably gonna be
fast.
running Roa.
So
So
that's
then
kind
they're
of
gonna
why it
reduce
needs to
it,
have
and
that
then it'll be a
element of
meta
it at
thing
least.
again, and then it's like,
But
well,
yeah, I
you're in the
think it's
back
just a
to the
question of,
same
you know,
point
just make
of
sure the
you
cost
don't
is
know how to
right, and then it
balance
should be
it.
okay. Yeah, like as I said, it has had some balance adjustments in 0.4.
Yeah. Movement speed's very powerful in PoE too. So, I mean, people are blasting screens with the Roa from off screen while the warrior, rolling into combat up in melee. So, okay.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that the warrior has an exact problem with that. I think it's more just that you had the
What do you mean, Roa's
dominant build
warrior's not
being,
slow?
the lightning arrow stuff. So
Mhm.
like you just ended up being kind of feeling that way. But then on the other hand, like the next meta will shift, and then you'll find the warrior is the best. And I'm sure that
Oh, yeah.
since the druids have so much attention,
Let's do it.
the druid will end up being a pretty common one in 0.4.
Do you think Druid's going to be meta, Jonathan? Do you think it's going to be like busted? People are going to find some crazy interactions?
I think that it's very likely just because of the fact that it's had so much attention. Like, and I mean, so right now, the thing that we're kind of doing this week a lot is like testing in-game viability of like as many things as we can do. So we're trying to make sure that like, okay, so for example, right, like we were looking, we're like, okay, the like minion stuff with all the wolves, it's just not really kind of working in an in-game context. And like now we're like, okay, let's try to add some support to the tree to make it happen, right? So now, for example, we just added a keystone, which is that you can use a scepter with a talisman in order to get spirit as an animal. But then the keystone downside is that you got minus 50% spirit. So you kind of have to like like you
Ooh.
like so like you can't quite necessarily get as many minions as a minion character would have. But it kind of like lets you do a it makes it from a spirit perspective possible to do like minion stuff as a druid as an animal to get the kind of like pack leader wolf build working. And the other thing we did was he said, okay, there's a notable that will make it so that your rage bonuses apply to your minions, so that you can get
Oh, wow.
like actually get the damage to a good place, with your wolves and that kind of stuff, right? So we're like okay, we're just being very careful to look at the individual builds that someone might want to try and be like, okay, let's try and make sure that there's support in the tree for that kind of stuff. So that's really what a lot of this
Interesting.
week is kind of going into, just those kind of like just make sure that there's the options there for someone, and that might be a unique, it might be a keystone, it might be a notable, like just try to make sure there's something there that can make each build that we want to do work. And so that's kind of it just making sure there's
And
that
we'll get all this
scale.
info an hour
That's
before
exciting.
league
I think I
start.
heard Gazzy from across the Atlantic, like howling when you.
We'll get it finally in the patch notes an hour before league start.
About
Let's
the druids
go.
and minions. There's just wolves, right? It's the wolf pack. Does it require
Yeah,
spirit to
in terms
reserve?
of the ones, yeah, in terms of the ones that come with you. So you've actually got a so there's two ways to get wolves. You've got the what's it called, the reservation gem, the spirit gem, that gives you a pack, and that gives you up to 6 wolves that respawn like a normal minion.
Okay.
And then you've got the mark, where when you kill monsters it summons a wolf, and with that one you can get like another, I don't know, 10, 15, like bunch
Oh,
more.
geez.
So you can have like a pretty sizable pack if you're going for that. But yeah, it's just a question of making sure the stat.
Expert
Okay,
surgical
we
care
got
should never
ads on
be
here
out
too.
of
This is just ad city. When does league start? I haven't been paying attention. The 11th. The 11th.
More animal companions
At least it's
coming
quick.
in the distant
Alright,
future.
at least I can
Once,
skip 'em.
the game is shipped.
We could potentially do more of that stuff. I mean, like, there's still plenty of other minion things going on, kind of adjacent, right? So you've got any kind of int minion stuff going on. Obviously, it's not in theme with the druid so much, but yeah, like we could probably do some
It's
more
the
animals.
11th, man.
But for the time being, we didn't think we really needed more to sort of make the druid work. And like, the druid isn't primarily a minion build, right? Like, it really is only the case if you're doing that whole kind of pack leader fantasy. That's like the main minion fantasy you'd have as a druid. So yeah, that we want to make sure, at least sure that one was working.
Oh yeah, yeah. It looks sweet. I mean,
That is number 12th,
the
actually?
Tundra Wolf looks amazing. So I think I'm gonna gravitate
No,
toward
now-
that
now
eventually
you got
after I
me
travel
buying
there.
it.
All of your other wolves that you have, by the way, turn into snow wolves when you turn into a snow wolf. So like your whole pack gets the upgrade. So it's kind of cool.
Attention to detail, pretty sweet. All right.
Oh, it is
We're
December
going to go
12th.
back
You're
to
right.
a little bit of game balance / identity. This is, I think, the number 2 other thing that people have just been
You're right. It is
hyping up
12th.
about.
I apologize.
And that is charge generation, charges, and totems. Okay, Jonathan, so lay it on us.
You're right.
Why did you guys decide to go with this design of spell totems and ancestor totems in PoE 2, where you require the 3 charges to summon them and upkeep them? What's going on there? Because a lot of people.
The main
go
thing
for
that
it.
I don't want is for it to turn into a situation where basically any spellcaster build is a totem build. Like, I don't want it to be that just totems are just strictly superior to spellcasting. That's kind of important. So that's the main thing. And the charges were just a good way to kind of make it so that, like, okay, if you're going totems, if you want to do totems as your primary thing, what we want to be doing is providing ways to get there by, like, there are uniques that are available that can, fix that problem for you. Like, you can do a totem build, and in fact, we are going to be showing so we're actually going to make a video about like a bunch of in-game builds for Druid pretty soon, just to kind of show like people like,
Oh,
okay,
really?
here's some just viable things that you can make, just like made by our design team of like, that you can do things. And that's not to say those are all the builds or they're even the best builds. They're just, here's some builds that our design team decided to come up with to show off at Endgame. And one of them that we were doing is the, a pure spell totem build. Like, you can do it, and it's completely viable. You just need to, use the uniques and various mechanics around doing it. So, at the same time, the other thing as well is that I want using charges to feel like it gives you a significant bonus. Otherwise, they just feel pointless, right? Like, if it just, certainly shouldn't be just a thing where, like you don't. Okay, put it this way: you just need to make sure that, like, the first time you get a charge and then you use it, it feels like a significant upgrade over the base skill.
Right.
Now, in order for that to happen, there needs to be a certain level of difficulty in order to attain them. So yeah, we just need to make sure there's a certain cost there. And it actually has been pretty hard to design the mechanics in such a way where it's like you can do it all the time, but also it doesn't feel like you just get them for doing nothing. Like, it's kind of that tough balance to strike there. And so that's what we're really trying to do. So yeah, I mean, really, it just comes down to those elements, right? Like, just don't make it so that every spellcaster is a totem build. That's like a hard challenge to even meet, even by itself, right? Because not having to cast the spells is like a pretty substantive benefit to have. So there needs to be some kind of cost there.
And I'll call it out because I've played for a very long time. In PoE 1, all the best spell builds were totem builds, and I always was like, oh man, I want self-cast to be fun. Like, it just feels better when you're playing. It's like something, I guess, kind of hard to describe. But there's something different about actually casting the spell, controlling where it goes instead of just boop, popping up your totem and running around in circles. So yeah, okay.
So the other benefit you do get, though, is that effectively the spell totem can serve as an ultimate type ability for people who aren't specking entirely into that way of playing. So effectively what you get there is, and there's actually something sort of interesting that we've been looking at in a few cases. So for example, the Wyvern Flame Blast, in its kind of default incarnation.
Interesting.
So this is just aside from totems, right? Yeah. So this is the one where the Wyvern flies up and starts burninating everything. In its sort of default incantation of that, it's an ultimate, really. You should be using it as like a boss ability if you get the opportunity. Like, you heavy stun the boss, you start burning it, and the way that one works, by the way, is that it actually stacks ignites that add together. So unlike other ignite in the game, which you have to do a big hit. Yeah. This is a type of ignite where, like, every time you hit them, the ignite grows and grows and grows and grows. So like, that one there is like a kind of interesting thing with that particular thing. So it actually works really well against bosses where you can stack the ignite really huge. But we also wanted to make sure that ability, if you want to, you can do a build which is going to get you to the point where you're just like burninating like the whole map, like you're just continuously flying around in the air for ages doing things. But it does take, like, you need this unique, and you need like a few things. Like, to get to the point of you're doing that, it does require a little bit of effort. But the key thing is we want to make sure it is possible to use an ultimate ability as a clearing skill should you really, really want to go down that route. It's just, not the default case, as I said.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, with that ignite thing, just because I saw you were kind of reacting interestingly to that, we are going to change incinerate to use that system as well. So yeah, like, it's a kind of a different thing we're trying out.
That's very exciting. I was going to ask if it was going to roll out to some other skills to change up how ignite works, because people are really looking for that.
Just those two for now. We might consider doing it for some other stuff, but I think the theme of the skill has to be like continuous burning for that to make sense as the way.
And is burninating a word? I've never heard this before, but I heard you say
it's probably just. It's probably just early internet. There was a meme video from a flash animation actually from a long time ago. Don't even worry about it. No one should really have to worry about it. It's just
just really, really brief question while we're talking about the Wyvern. Does Black Flame Covenant work with it or not? Because we saw it was like an attack-based gem on the gem, and Black Flame Covenant works with spells only. So I think I'm the interview.
I think I mistakenly thought that it did at one point and said something about that, but I think it probably doesn't because it's not a spell. So yeah, it is an attack. Yeah,
is there any way in the future there would be a keystone where we could get the same sort of thing?
I'll have to think about that. We were thinking, well, no, whatever. I won't talk about that.
Oh, you can leak it. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, yeah, that totem one. One more follow up on it. Generating charges in boss fights. Is that something that people are going to be easily able to do? Because that's one of the big complaints that I saw. That I know you just said you'll be able to do a soul totem build, so it must be possible. There's just a
Oh
few
yeah, I mean that's
pieces in
possible for
place.
sure. But then in terms of just the general way as well, we've got things like that are a little bit like in the kind of
Like
more mid-game options
changing
for that. Well, I mean,
incinerate,
even early game
and
really.
like
You've got things like wind
basically
blast that can
attacks that are
generate
continuous burning
charges
to
and
be
like so. For example,
stackable
what we're doing with that is
instead of
like
like
during
hit based
regular
and how big the ignite
clearing,
is.
it only generates
So
charges very
incinerate,
occasionally.
basically, the
For
more you
boss
hit it, the
fights,
bigger
you'll
the
generate
burn.
3 charges when you use it on a prime for stun monster. So you can do that sort of. But as I said, in that context, it's more of an ultimate type ability. So if you want to do the kind of like pure totem build, you're going to need to find a solution to that isn't just in the like base skill set. It's going to involve supports.
Oh,
And
I'd love to be
uniques and
able to
stuff like that.
generate frenzy charges better.
Cool, thank
Or
you.
any charges in
All
general.
right, moving
bossing.
over to a melee focused question here. So back when a bulk of the melee skills were first developed, I believe the game didn't have WASD implemented, so a lot of movement was baked into the skills to make them feel really good. And then when WASD was implemented, you guys went back and you added movement to a lot of the ranged based or spellcasting skills, but the movement is still baked into the melee skills. Do you guys see a world where you could go back and you could add moving while attacking to some of these melee-based skills? Because it does feel so much, I just got to say, it feels so much better when you can maintain full control of your character
Right.
throughout
So
the course of a skill animation.
a couple of things with that. So for range, moving while attacking feels good, but for melee, what you actually end up with is a thing that feels really floaty. So you can, there are some games that do that, but I just feel like you end up with very floaty, like non-punchy animations. So what you generally have to do is you have to kind of lerp into get some kind of point of the attack where it becomes fixed, and that's what we try to do with our targeting thing. Where like, so for example, I mean, the easiest one to show that on is like double slam, so it's called rolling slam.
Rolling slam.
Where effectively like you can steer it the whole way, and effectively when we talk about moving while attacking, it's really more about skills like that where you can do like attacks like the movement is still built into the animation, so you don't feel floaty, but
Yeah,
you still
Lich
have a level
Incinerate
of
will be
control
fun.
of that sort of stuff, and that's what we sort of try to do with our attacks is like try to have it so there's a level of control, but it's not fully just like moving arbitrarily. Because as I said, you do end up feeling very floaty. So that's just a sort of really comes down to sort of a feels thing, and like as I said, when you do try that kind of stuff, it doesn't end up feeling that great. There's even things that we've tried before.
Yeah, I've seen
along those
that,
lines, and yeah, as I
Solor.
said, it just never kind of really felt
Harry
right. So
Zyre got a
that's why we
big
didn't end up
increased
doing it.
evasion
Is it
buff, which is
something that we would
W's.
perhaps see with future melee weapons? Where maybe, okay, you can move while attacking with a sword or an axe as opposed to mace.
Like as I said, it really is more about the individual skills and like how they specifically function. Like I don't think that we would just generally have, as I said, we wouldn't have completely freeform movement like that. You'll even notice like in a lot of other melee games, if you like you can have a thing where you can lerp into an attack, and by that what I mean is that you've got a bit of control for part of it, but it's like slows down into like being part of the animation at a certain point. And like we'll probably experiment a little bit more with that, but I don't think we'd want to just be like, okay, it's just like full floaty, just like move in any like arbitrary direction while you're attacking type things. I really don't think it feels very good.
Okay. Now this next one, I know you've been asked it many times, but it was the #1 most requested question that I ask about again. And it simply is, why does the warrior have so many downsides on the tree and gear, whereas witch, monk, ranger comparatively have none? I know you guys have talked about this a lot, but could you...
Well, I mean, fundamentally, it really is just that. So it's funny because I don't think there's necessarily like an extreme number in the warrior area, but the funny thing is when we put a downside on something, we also make the upside higher. And so people then see like, okay, what are the best nodes? And they're going to see these big numbers on like some of these on some of these nodes, and they're going to say, okay, well, like I want that, but I don't want the downside. And so it's kind of like the reason that they attract attention is just because of the fact the numbers are higher. If we didn't have the downside on there, obviously the upside would also be lower. So it's kind of like just that thing. Now, what was that? Sorry.
Is it a packaging problem?
Not necessarily. But as I said, personally, I like the idea that you can spec into different things like that. And so, for example, like a commonly cited one would just be like, you've got like more damage and then less attack speed, right? You've got those kinds of nodes.
Yep.
And it's like the ideal way that you should be thinking about that is an opportunity where it's like, well, what can I use this with that is not going to care about the downside particularly, and right, especially when you've got weapon spec points where it's like, okay, these couple of abilities, I don't care about attack speed, so I'm gonna get that node for that case and that kind of thing. Like, like you want to try and you see each downside as more of an opportunity, in my opinion. So honestly, I feel like I'd want to see more nodes like that around for other parts of the tree, right? Like just do more of that kind of thing. You don't want to go overboard with it, right? Like you don't want to just like every node's going to downside. That just gets tiring. But yeah, I think there's a few there. I don't think there's necessarily too many there, but they certainly attract attention because of the fact that the upsides are higher on them as well.
They do. They do. Yeah, there's not as many kiss curse things on the right side of the tree as the left. Like,
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they're saying like if they did that, the upside
Yeah,
would
we
be
can-
more
say, I think
good or
there's room
something.
for
I
adding
don't
more
know.
of those, honestly.
And then people wouldn't
now,
care
how
about them
those
or
are
want to play
openly
it.
advertised.
I
How
don't
about
know.
the hidden penalties? I know one that still exists to this day is the penalty for movement speed on heavy armor. Is that something that you guys would ever want to remove?
I mean, I guess I don't have a problem with it myself. I've always kind of found it to be just like, like it's just an interesting thing once again to build around on different characters. I don't like
Oh, yes,
part
less
of the
move
reason
speed
to
is
do it on the
interesting to
heavy
build
armor is
around.
just that like tanky feeling you can kind of have from like I'm a strong warrior, and so I think it just sort of works on that level. But yeah, as I said,
I don't
don't
know
feel
because it's not
particularly
going to be hit
inclined
based
to
for
get rid of
burn
that
on
one. I have to
incinerate.
say.
It's going to be like
All right,
the more
I know
hits,
you've
the
been
bigger the
asked about
burn.
this a
So
lot.
I have
I think
no
if you
clue if
added
more
a
damage
rhinoceros
means that
mount for the
or
warrior,
not
I think
anymore.
all your problems would be solved. Then people could like ride on the rhino, wielding the giant mace, feel like they're on the Roa. Be good.
Well, I don't know about a rhino, but yeah, we'll see. I suspect that more mounts is more of a post 1.0 type of feature.
Okay, okay. Let's see here. Oh, this is a good one that I'd like to hear you talk about, especially considering we're getting the druid. So last patch in 0.3, you added the ability to instantly weapon swap, as opposed to it having a delay in 0.1.0.2.
Transformation
But
question?
I didn't see a lot of builds that utilize the multi-weapon swap capabilities. They usually stick to just one weapon. Now, moving forward to 0.4, I know you're encouraging the form shifting and all that. Do you have thoughts on why people aren't speccing into multiple weapons, like a quarterstaff and a spear, or a crossbow and
I
a
mean, I
mace?
wouldn't say it's that unusual. Like, I mean, you certainly do see it, and I think you'll see it more and more over time. I mean, like the mechanics are there to allow for that kind of thing. Like there's generally speaking, like I sort of suspect that one of the reasons is that something I've noticed is that people when they see it, they almost feel bad about it rather than good in some cases, where they're like, oh, like it's just an exploit that you're using this other ability from this other
Grape
class
juice
to
build's
like just
crazy.
get this one effect. And it's like, well, that is kind of the point, right? Like if there's another class that has a thing that like, that allows you to get this thing more easily than your current class, then yeah, I mean that's kind of the reason why that exists, right? So like I don't know, I feel like you do see quite a lot of it. I think maybe people have a different imagination in their mind about what it might be, like what that would look like. But yeah, I mean, what it does look like is you're trying to find a combo that can work, and that's why we have all these different sort of synergies around between different weapons and like the shared mechanics, right? So you've got things like armor break and charges and random stuff like that kind of like allow you to sort of potentially get better things. Now, for the druid, you're right. We're leaning into weapon swap here specifically because of the fact that you've got the hybrid melee and caster stuff going on, and so there's a lot more specific synergy in that case. And you kind of will need to be able.
Honestly,
to
them
keep
talking
learning how
about
to
this
do the
leads
weapon
me to
swap. And
believe
I
that
guess what we might see from that is more people just being generally aware of
you
the
might be
options
able to
there,
keep
and
a
then
lot of the
potentially
buffs that
doing
you
more
can
stuff
get,
in
like
build
the
creation.
Luna's
But
Blessing.
as I said, I wouldn't say it's like
Since,
not
quote
happening
unquote,
now, and
like
certainly
he
there's
said, they're
like no real
encouraging more weapon
downside to
swap,
doing so.
doing like
So
melee stuff and caster,
I'd
right?
say
Like,
I'd say that
obviously, if you
it's a
do
thing
that, you're gonna
happens for
have
sure.
to swap off to like
Building on this
spell
point,
stuff.
do you think in the future you'll bake more
So
cross-class
I don't know.
synergies
Might
into
be
skills?
working,
For
boys.
example, when I saw the druid primal skills, the elemental ones, I was like, oh, I wonder if they have
Right.
infusions baked into them. That's something you guys think about?
We did think about the infusion case. In the end, we did decide to keep that to be like for the elemental spellcaster stuff specifically, like so for the sort set of skills. But like, look, I do like doing that kind of stuff. I just didn't in this particular case. It didn't feel quite right because there weren't like it didn't feel like there was a full elemental cycle in the same exact way that the like
Probably something with
justify the
Druid. I would say
infusion
something
being
with
in there.
Oracle.
It would
To be
feel a bit
honest,
weird to just have like
we don't
one
know nothing
skill
about
or two
Oracle yet.
skills like have it. So in the end, it kind of we decided to not do the infusions and just keep it as a mechanic for
Like the broken build, some with Oracle.
for the sock.
Okay. Touching on infusions just a little bit more, you guys are leading into that mechanic with remnants as well for like the Acolyte of Chayula. Obviously, the Acolyte received pretty tremendous number buffs this time around. I've seen some people talk about how the payoff for going around and collecting the remnants or the infusions isn't necessarily worth like how much damage they're getting from it or the effect afterwards. Is that something you guys are keenly like looking into and making sure that it's always worthwhile at the end of the day?
I think there's a few things going on with that that really just come down to a lot of balance numbers. So, like one of the things that I haven't been doing this work myself, but Mark has, is we've been increasing the durations of a lot of things in this balance pass.
True ability,
Like
yeah.
one of the things that in PoE 1, the sort of standard duration for something was kind of like 4 seconds. In PoE 2, it kind of needs to be longer to actually be worthwhile, so like 6, 8, and 10 in some cases. So generally speaking, like a lot of these numbers have sort of ended up as the similar numbers to what PoE 1 had for certain things, or just like people just used to being like, okay, if you've got a duration, just put 4 seconds as a kind of a default. But yeah, I think in PoE 2 you actually need those numbers to be longer to sort of make things work. So that's been a thing to kind of just increase durations to make it actually worthwhile. And also means you don't feel as frantic, like feeling like, oh, I have to use this before it goes away and that kind of stuff. Like there's just a lot of that sort of stuff that can kind of improve the feeling of that. But the other thing as well is just increasing the there's more nodes, or like buffing nodes that make pickup radiuses be larger. There's like another axis that you can do to kind of make the, like if you, it should be possible to get your
Hey,
pickup
rounds
radius
are
to the point
starting,
where like
man.
it effectively like changes the dynamics of entirely, so you don't have to worry about actually going to pick them up. They just kind of come to you because the pickup radius is far enough away. Like if you want to spec into that, right? It's another build axis you can do. So you kind of just do this stuff. And so as I said, it's more of a question of just balance numbers, I think, to sort of get the feel right. Yeah, the
The
durations of
characters in
things
the
is really
progress
goes a
will be
lot better,
migrated
yeah.
over the next few hours following the patch. Thanks for playing.
Swapping gears over to
Okay, so the
item rarity for a little
realms-
bit. Now, in this interview with Ziggy D,
Is the
you and
realm going to be
Mark
down
mentioned that in the future,
for a few hours,
I'd like to
or
clarify, you guys are
what do you call
going
it?
to remove item rarity from gear.
Or
You
is it just
don't
going to
know
end
which
the
replace it
league
with
like
yet. Is that correct?
after like 5
I'm
minutes
not
or
going to
something?
promise anything because like we can see how like things go. But like as I said, right now I would prefer to remove it, and it's really just a question of what to replace it with. So
Okay.
that's like kind of my feeling about it right now. But yeah, look, it's gonna. There's still some arguments in the other direction, but look, this seems to be generally what people prefer. And at this point, I'm sort of pretty sympathetic to that. So that's what I prefer.
Well, it
to
is
do.
league end Inhuman. Yeah, I know league's ending.
Mike Capel here, Patriot Software's founder.
My question is though, because I forget the answer to it, is like, can I hop back on in like 5-10 minutes and play like standard league, or is it the server's going to be down for a few hours until like everything gets migrated?
So that there's like something that you're trading off when you're getting these mods on your gear. So I don't think it's like okay to just be like a completely junk useless mod. Like
I
there
just
needs to
can't
be
remember
something
if
where
you
it's
can
like,
do that or
okay,
not.
any character might want this, but it's also something you would only want to worry about at the point where you've already like sorted your damage and resistance and other sort of problems. So like that's the kind of thing that it needs
Maybe
to be able
Epic?
to do. So yeah, that does make it tricky.
I will just say, I had 0% item rarity and 0.3. Had a great time, you guys. Throw that out there.
Sure, you don't need it. Like
You
you
don't
don't.
need
It
it.
absolutely is not necessary.
Yeah.
I do think there's a lot of misunderstanding about
Okay.
exactly what it does and how much it affects things and so on, and that doesn't really help. And part of the reason for that is just because it is so complicated and how it works, and like it kind of can't be any other way than complicated just due to the nature of all the various things that are going on in the item drop system.
2 follow-ups there. Have you guys ever considered releasing the kind of formula behind it, because there's been so much community speculation, or is that something you want to keep close to your chest?
We really don't want to do that because item drops are something that you want to be able to tweak how they work and so on, and like there's like it would mean that every single time we change anything, people would be like on us, like rats up a drain pipe. So it's kind of like we want to be able to have that at least as something that we can like fiddle around with a little bit. But the other thing as well is that like it's so tricky. There is a lot of emergent complexity that comes out of the rules that it has, in terms of how like what results in what as far as like the final drops are concerned. And so yeah, I don't even think it's like even is that understandable. Now the same is true of the stat system, right? And yet PoE, what do you call it? The sorry, the name's fallen out of my head. The thing that you use to make builds.
Path of building.
Path of building, sorry, yes. The path
Okay,
of
I don't
building.
use it
So I
either.
mean, things like path of building exist. So it's not like people wouldn't make a model of it, right? Like they would,
Yeah.
but at the same time, I just, like I just think we'd prefer not to have to go down that road.
Okay, burninating and now rats up a drain pipe. That's 2 things I'm adding.
Maybe
to my
that might be an
vocabulary.
Australasian slang potentially.
That's good.
Reef
So-
blood mage,
And then
gotcha.
one extra thing, I saw people talking about how the changes to item
I'm actually
rarity,
interested in Reap blood mage a
this
little
patch
bit. You have any gameplay or anything on it,
reduced
Epic?
its
If so,
values
send me that
on
link, man.
gear.
There's like a YouTube video or
Wouldn't that
something
have
on
the
it.
effect
I'm
of
interested to
more
see how it
people
looks.
wanting to try to put as much item rarity on their gear, because now it has lesser values across all your gear slots? Now it becomes more of a coveted stat. That kind of acting in reverse, or
So I don't necessarily think so. So last time we lowered the numbers in a way that didn't affect what the numbers displayed on items were, and I think that actually in retrospect it would have been better to do the other way around because people still see a number that they still assume has a certain effect. So this time we decided to do it in the way of
hilarious.
just reducing the numbers on the gear, which like at the end of the day you still have to get the you still have to get the mod, like you still only get 1 mod per gear slot, right? So right, like it is a strict nerf to what you can do. But I believe that we also adjusted the formula at the same time, Like in terms of
Okay.
what the max that it affects. So as far as I'm understanding, like it both means that like you don't need more of your gear to have item rarity on it.
Got you,
It's
Epic.
just that the displayed number and
Got it.
the cap is now lowered at the same time, so that you kind of like you've got that feeling of like, okay, like I can see this is having a lesser effect than what it would have had before. Just sort of communicate that a bit better.
Okay, let the speculation run rampant. Let's go to a fun
Okay.
question. I don't know if you have the stats on this, but I'll ask you anyway. So for Path of Exile 1, we can see Steam achievements of like who's killed Hillock and who's finished the campaign, who's taken out the Searing Exarch. Do you have those type of stats internally for Path of Exile 2? And do you know like the percentage of people who have killed the Miller, finished the campaign, and killed the
Right.
Arbiter of Ash?
I actually don't know what those are offhand. We
Oh.
can get them. Like we do have stat collection that
Okay.
for that kind of thing. But yeah, it would just be a question. Not so. One of the things with this is I normally only ask for stats about things if I'm actually got like a change in mind that I want to do in response to those stats.
Okay.
There's one of these mistakes people can make sometimes where they effectively just like look at a bunch of stats to see what jumps out. And the problem with that is that you can get outliers that then cause you to make bad decisions. So I sort of prefer to be like, before I go and like use a stat for something, I'm like, okay, what would I do if the stat was, this value? What would I do if it was that value? And kind of know the answer to that before I ask for the stat, in order to prevent myself from making decisions based on just like looking at a bunch of stats and just finding the outliers.
I know that you were using stats a lot, and I think it was 0.2 with volatile plants. You found out that it was killing so many players, and you made changes based on those stats. Have there been any for 0.3 going into 0.4 that have stood out to you?
Not that I'm particularly aware of, but as I said, it's not kind of the domain I normally work in for
Okay.
that kind of balance. So yeah, but as I said, it's the kind of thing that we'll look into when we like. I mean, a really common situation is if people are complaining about something, and we're like we don't understand it. That's a good time to go to the stats to be like, okay, well, let's try to find out why, what's actually going on here, like what's occurring.
Okay. Question about Fate of the Val a little bit and its loot. So we obviously have the temple that we're building. Is this going to be something that's influenced by item rarity, and are we getting drops from here, or are they all in like reward curios and chests and all that stuff?
So it's a mix because the the monsters in the temple just have regular item drops, and those like effectively get juiced by mods that the rooms can give. So effectively, it can mean that you got the sort of more traditional way that you can juice mods, like you can juice rarity of things in that way. But then there's also particularly like fixed drops, and a lot of the like most generally speaking, most of the rooms will have some kind of drop with that. But the way that it's often delivered is in some kind of crafting device that you can either use right away, or you can take the currency from, or like in the higher levels and that kind of thing. So like there's a lot of kind of fixed drops or like fixed uniques and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of the rewards just come from those sort of fixed elements, which you will know that you're going to get because you've got a certain room. So obviously people will have to like work out like what comes from what and everything. There's not that many rooms, but then they do have different levels, and so like generally speaking, they get more, things get more powerful as you go up. And then also you've got the stuff where there's like there are extra reward rooms that you get for killing the architect and that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of fixed drops in the league for sure. But yeah, more traditional stuff from just from regular monster killing.
And how high can you juice up the temple? Do you expect it to be on par with the rewards that people are getting from maxed out maps and the like, or does it kind of
Yeah, it should absolutely be. So I mean, the intention was to scale it into Endgame, like both in terms of difficulty as well as the rewards. So that's why I've got the whole like tier 3 room thing going on, where they give mods, and like you can stack a lot of that stuff. It can get very, very hard. The thing that I think people should understand, just by the way, which is probably something we should communicate in some way in the game as well, is that you don't have to keep killing the architect necessarily. It can be a better strategy to not kill the architect and instead just build up the temple with lots and lots of rooms if your goal is like kind of like max end game juicing, because the architect has got certain rewards that they can give you with specific reward rooms, but it does like destroy more of the temple when you kill him. So like if you want to build the biggest temple to get like the most maximum amount of just like traditional rewards in the sense of just like juicing individual monsters, the best strategy is like don't kill the architect, instead just like finish the rest of the temple, and then build more and get it as large as you can to get the most mods possible.
Right.
So there's kind of like a few strategies. Like you've got like architect killing, which is going to get you reward rooms. You've got like just build the temple big and just get traditional drops, or you've got like Zeri kills, which is going to getting the Zeri rewards and that kind of stuff. So there's kind of a few different strategies you could have there.
Now, this league, one of the big things I saw from a lot of players who didn't play Path of Exile 1, PoE 2 was their first Exile game. They
Mm-hmm.
saw you guys presenting this league mechanic and their minds just exploded. They're like, oh my gosh, the
Right.
complexity, this is wild. Have you guys thought about that? Does it get a little bit in the weeds sometimes with it, or can you kind of just build your temple and go and expect to have
You
a good
can
time?
just build your temple, and like because of the fact that it shows you the squares that are gonna upgrade things.
Yeah.
Like now you can think about it. You be like you can be thinking on a deeper level of like I want to upgrade this specifically, so I'm gonna make sure like leave a hole here so like to place the room that goes next to it, that kind of stuff. Like you can think like that, or you can just place things where the bright green is, and you'll honestly do fairly well.
Oh.
Like the UI is definitely like a lot better than what we would have done in the past, and it's actually one of the reasons why I developed the simulation myself, because I was writing the code in such a way to make the UI for communicating the stuff as easy as possible. So like one of the things I was initially like is like if I just made this
The
without
realm is updating. You're right.
thinking about the UI experience, it probably would have gone very differently, because when I was building, I'm like, okay, every single thing you do, you need to be able to show the user exactly what it will do to the temple when you hover it. Like before you commit, you need to see that, which means you need a way to like predict the next state before you've actually committed to the previous one. And that's like just like a thing that's like easy to do when you're building it initially, but would have been hard to bolt on afterwards if I just asked a UI programmer to do that.
Until realms up.
So like it's that kind of thing that you need to think about really early on. And then there's also the whole idea of just like, making sure that you can even like by being able to do that look ahead for each option, you can then say like, okay, will this upgrade anything, and that kind of stuff. Like it allows you to like to get those UI cues in really well, so it just makes it much better for communication with the players.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I love hearing the game design tidbits. I swear that's my favorite part of all this, learning all this
Right.
stuff. Okay, you also said that Fate of the Val was your first full league that you built out in Path of Exile 2. You know, it has very in-depth mechanics, it has the new pinnacle boss, it has all these unique crafting capabilities. Is this something that you guys are going to look back to do for the other leagues that were ported to PoE 2 from PoE 1? So your Rituals, your Deliriums, do you want to give them the full treatment that I feel like we got with Abyss too? I feel like you might be selling yourself short.
Yeah.
With
So I mean,
Abyss.
Abyss was pretty good for sure.
Yeah.
It's just that this one's even just slightly a bit beyond that, and I feel like put it this way, I would say Abyss was reaching the tier of like stuff that a PoE 1 league has been doing, but I feel like this Fate of the Val is more like what we kind of want to be doing for a PoE 2 like tier of league in terms of like the amount of stuff going on. Now you're completely right that some of the older leagues are not nearly as good compared to in PoE 2. I mean, compared to the newer stuff, and that really is where 050, like with all the endgame stuff we're talking about, like it's about that, right? Like it's about making all those league mechanics feel more full, have more things going on. Like making sure that and like when we talk about the Atlas tree, it's like like a lot of the reason why the Atlas tree is not as good is because there aren't as many things that it can do to the leagues that are in the Atlas. And things like that. There's like stuff like that needs to be addressed. So it's a lot of that stuff that needs to happen to kind of make the end game feel better. And yeah, it really is about making those leagues feel more interesting.
Revisiting what we talked about at the top of the interview with Endgame being pushed to 0.5, what was the decision making like with you guys when you said, okay, we're gonna push Endgame and we have Fate of the Val coming out? Is there a reason why you guys focused more on the league, which looks awesome, as opposed to the Endgame core game changes? Was there like a specific reasoning there, or was it a timing thing?
It wasn't necessarily a question between the league and the end game, because you need to have a league. You just have to. Like people will not come back if there isn't a league. So like that's just mandatory. So really it comes down to what other content is going to be in the patch, and it really would have been, if we wanted to push to get the end game stuff done, we probably would have had to sacrifice the druid, which I really didn't want to do. And there was a point where we're like, could we sacrifice the druid to be able to do this in-game stuff? And we decided, you know what? I think that's probably a worse trade. But even then, I think it probably wouldn't have delivered quite the what we needed to have, just because like there are some for content like that. There's quite a lot of things in the deep in the pipeline you should do, like in terms of just like modeling and animation, all that sort of stuff that needs to happen relatively early. So I don't think it would have been as good as what it will be when it's in 050 instead. So I feel like we would have compromised in two ways. We would have had like no druid, and we would have had a worse in-game expansion as well. So I definitely don't think it was the right move. Yeah, gonna definitely be better to do it later.
It's definitely fair. Okay, this one's a question for myself that I'm curious about. The release in China, the official release, happened in 0.3. I'm curious, what was the reception in China, and how did it compare to the original 0.1 release, the global release?
Well, it's going pretty well there, but honestly, I don't have like a huge amount to say about it. Like,
Okay.
it's another market. It's published by Tencent there, and they kind of do that job, and they handle most of the stuff going on there.
Okay. Quick follow-up. What piece of community feedback during 0.3
it's
helped shape
10-cent, guys.
0.4
It's not
most?
going good.
Is there one thing that really stands out to you guys as, oh my gosh, we definitely need to fix this? And you can't say Endgame, okay?
Yeah. I honestly don't know that I could pick any one particular thing. I mean, I guess probably one of the things that's just been generally on our mind is just build diversity and that kind of stuff, like trying to improve that. So there's been a lot of like, balance work and so on going on behind the scenes, and we're still ongoing as well. But like, it's sort of hard to sort of pick that up and be like, hey, this feature was specifically inspired by that.
Definitely
Because
crazy.
it really is just like a lot of
I
small
agree with you.
things. A big goal I have. I mean, look, you've got like the performance work is obviously something I'm really focused on. The balance work is something Mark's really focused on. These are kind of like the two big like things that we're really trying to make sure are getting better. And both of us, unfortunately, in both cases, are like there's still more to do, right? There's still so much more to do. And Mark often will say, like the problem with balance is that you could infinitely do it. Like you could he could literally spend his entire life doing only that and never anything else, and it would still feel like it wasn't enough. So that's one of those things. But yeah, we will get to a point though where I think the build diversity in particular is a lot better.
The ascendancy buffs were pretty exciting. I was shocked to see almost every single one was buffed. What did you guys look at in particular to make those decisions?
How you doing, man?
Do you guys use like PoE Ninja? Is it primarily just reading about the feedback? How should people get their feelings about ascendancy classes being more exciting?
It really is more of a question for Mark, this one.
Okay.
But from my understanding, I mean, look, he does do a lot of research on Ninja and that kind of stuff. He's looking at things, but ultimately he's the question a lot of the thing is like, why is this not played? Is the
avidity
part sometimes, because the attention usually goes on the things that are being played. That's what people talk about a lot of the time. So it's a much harder thing to look at. Okay, like here's something that isn't played. Why? And that's really the question he's asking most of the time. Just like what would it take to get me to play this is the question that you need to be asking yourself when you're doing these balance things.
Smart. Okay, shifting gears to the Druid, which is something that I was incredibly excited to finally see in Path of Exile 2 after waiting for it for so long. You guys introduced two initial ascendancies, the Oracle and the Shaman, and while they look interesting, they didn't necessarily vibe with me. I have to pose to you, what happened to an Unga Bunga shape-shifting focus like ascendancy where it's like, oh, you get bonuses for being a bear and swapping into this different form? Is that a plan, or is that something you guys want to refrain from, since shape-shifting forms have kind of been baked into weapons, and I know you don't really want to attach ascendancy to a weapon?
Generally speaking, ascendancies don't do things that are like, we try to make it so they can be used on
we played it first
season, many builds. So if we just said like, here's the shape-shifting ascendancy class, everyone would just do that, and then there kind of wouldn't be any room left over for other things. And so that's why we would prefer to not do that if we can. I think Mark even already said that, like, we might do a more shape-shifting focus.
You can still kind of zoom. There's a lot of move speed on the tree, and then you can get
have to not even say the word shape-shifting in it.
move speed, and then
very much implying
increase socket effects and throw move speed runes in,
and be in theme for shape-shifting, while not necessarily actually requiring you to be shape-shifted in order to make it so that it can work across many things. You'll see that across all of the
just not as quick as
before.
We really
try to make it so that they're as generally applicable as possible, while feeling like they're very specific.
What was the craziest part of creating the Druid the past 5-6 years? Is there a moment that you were just like, why are we even doing this? Like, it's very fun.
Well,
it's
I mean,
cool.
I think I've talked about this before, but like getting the wolf was a challenge.
That's interesting.
And like there was periods where we even cut the wolf, right? Like there was a period where like, we're not doing the wolf again, we're going to do something else. Like it ended up being something that people really wanted, and even internally, so we kind of had to do it. But like there's just like, it's just really hard. I mean, look, we had another form at one point that we were gonna specialize in, that we decided not to do in the end. We were gonna have you turn into a giant plant monster. It was like kind of crazy. Yeah, that's something that it was.
You could have watered yourself, man.
Like there are things like that we that we did. But yeah, it's just been.
You can still do sanctum carries.
It's just mostly just been like a real animation challenge, like having to deal with the things that aren't humans.
Was there a particular iteration of the Druid, whether like a skill or an ascendancy or a form that you haven't talked about, that you were excited for but you had to cut? Anything that
so definitely the plant monster. It was really cool. Like it walked around on vines and it had this like kind of interesting like feel to it. I mean, it was the same type of creature as Bramblegast, like we're like, you're gonna be like Bramblegast in terms of like walking around. And it was pretty cool, but as I said, it kind of just didn't really.
My brother. Fudge with the ads, man. I blame you, babe.
when you actually try it, just ends up feeling like the same sort of stuff that you had with the nature stuff on the class anyway. So, you know, like it was
CrossFit
cool
guilds
to
are still
be
really
that
good, yeah.
thing.
I
but
mean, I'm
it just
making an
kind of
Amazon
didn't
iShop build
really
this
make
league,
sense.
and
People are
you
really
could easily throw a
vibing with the
crossbow on it and
plant
throw some crossbow skills and
to
be
get
zooming.
everybody excited to be farmers and to water the plants and everything. Did you expect that sort of reception? Because I'm kind of shocked to see everybody hyped.
I mean, I was really happy with it, honestly. Like, you know, the watering the plants thing came relatively late. Like, it actually happened while we were trying to work out what support gems we could have for the lightning, for the thunderstorm skill. It used to be called Lightning Storm, in fact, and it just had lightning. And I was like, we were trying to design supports, and I was like, okay, like I need to find something else interesting for this to do. I don't know, was it the supports? Something like that. But anyway, there was some point where we changed over to be like, okay, let's you know, let's add another mechanic to this that can actually make it so that it interacts with the other skills in the class. And I was really happy with that one. And I suspect what we might even end up doing is have the watering concept come onto the ranger at some point in some way. I'm not quite know how yet, but at some point I'll probably try to come up with that because I think it kind of can be quite cool. And we did add all of the watering features to all of the plants that the ranger already has.
Oh,
That's
really?
unfortunate,
Okay, so
Avidity.
there's some
Yeah, so you
synergies
can
there.
water all the ranges plants if you want. I mean, currently we're required to do something cross-class, but
Okay.
later on I think we can probably do something interesting with that.
Okay. I want to swap gears and talk a little bit about bosses. Back in 0.3, you guys tremendously decreased the health of pinnacle bosses, not bosses of maps or anything. Do you ever see you raising the ceiling of those again so that maybe they're a little bit more challenging?
Did you say you
to
can water
build,
Viner?
so
The-
people have
Did I miss
something
that?
to chase after and fight?
The problem with this is that we don't want to limit the number of builds that can be considered viable too much by having the pinnacles be too high in life, and it's especially a little bit. It can be a little bit deceptive when you've got a few things that are completely crazy at the moment, that like you know can sort of effectively make it seem trivial to a lot of people. But yeah, ultimately it's like the higher your ceiling is on the pinnacles, the higher the well, effectively the higher bar that a build needs to clear to actually be considered viable. And I think it was just kind of not really quite healthy. Now there could still be some adjustment to this, of course, right? Like we'll adjust it once we have a look, but we have to get the balance into a bit more of a like correct place before we can sort of say that like, okay, here's what the life needs to be. And I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we ended up buffing some of that life a little bit, but I don't think it needs. I certainly wouldn't want to be like, okay, this is like 3
No, I
times
must have
higher
missed that,
and
man.
like
I bet.
ultra challenging. Because as I said, as soon as you have something like that, that'll become the bar
I don't
you
know
need
what
to
that
clear
would
for a build to be
even do,
viable,
though.
and suddenly a bunch of builds just get erased. So that's the challenging part there.
All right. And I also see, and I debated it myself, people talking about the new boss resistance window. This only exists in the patch notes right now, unfortunately. So we don't know how it plays out in game. Could you just give the skinny on why you guys implemented it and how exactly it works?
It's just to prevent preloading of the boss with like all sorts of stuff. You know, like so I don't know exactly how long it lasts, but it's not long. It's just basically the first few seconds of the fight. You the you know the boss is resistant to stuff. And honestly, in PoE 1, a ton of bosses have this. It's just like it's just already a thing. In PoE 2, we didn't have it. It's been you know we're adding it. It just prevents like some of the sort of like weird abuse cases that you'll get of like you know I'm going to just preload the exact place where the boss is going to stand with all of the effects, and then you know the boss doesn't even get a chance to move before it dies. So yeah, it's just to prevent that kind of thing.
Okay. A little bit of a quality of life feature regarding the endgame and tablets. Right now,
watering plants. Druid has plants. You can use Lightning Storm that has water, and you can water them and have different effects and stuff like that too.
Yeah, we can probably
have more effects.
We can probably sort that out. Like I agree that that's something that we just need to fix.
Yeah,
I actually
kind of another nerf to like rod stuff
yesterday with someone, so we might even see if we can fix that before the release. It's possible.
Yeah,
but I'll see. I'll check out on that.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I agree. It could be changed.
Okay. This is a fun one here. So the Path of Exile 2 campaign, swapping gears entirely. Are you satisfied with the current difficulty curve for the campaign?
I would say that I mostly am, but there have been some cases where we had problems with weapon types during campaign. Mark mentioned this basically where you just had holes in the progression and you wouldn't really appreciate why it was as a player, but like it meant you just didn't get upgrades for your weapon for pretty significant periods of time in some cases. And so we've effectively plugged those now so that the weapon progression should feel a bit better as you go through. And that should mean that like if you fell into a hole with regard to not being able to get a weapon upgrade in certain places, which was like just an issue, you know, for a lot of the time, then yeah, that should be sorted out at least. But that being said, like you do want some things to be harder and some things to be easier. Like generally speaking, what we want is like towards the end of an act, it like ramps up in difficulty and gets a bit harder, and then when you have the next act, you get a little bit of a downgrade again, so you get that sort of feeling of relief a little bit of like, now I'm just fighting regular trash monsters again, and then it kind
Well,
of ramps up again to
I
get
would
harder
assume the
again.
damage
So that's
reduction
kind of the
lasts until
ideal
they
curve
start
that we
moving
get.
or whatever. So
You know,
they
to
might
sort of
walk
make
out of
things
your
not feel
rods
too
or do
flat,
something.
like
You know what I'm
get a
saying?
variety of experiences.
I'm glad you brought up the
Obviously,
weapon
got to
type
remember
thing,
you can
because
have
that's something
much
that
less
has been brought to
rods
my
now
attention quite a bit,
active.
and I've experienced it too, where
So
the
you're gonna have
difference
to
between
replace
someone
more
who
rods.
gets that
So
lucky drop and someone who doesn't. I mean, you can have a 30-second boss fight or a 3-minute long boss fight, and some people, they can't last that entire 3 minutes, unfortunately, and they end up just giving
Right.
up. So it sounds you guys adjusted essentially seeding.
Well, what
base
it
types and
mostly is
stuff.
was just that you'd have situations where you'd have like gaps of like 28 levels before you got a DPS upgrade, just because of the way the weapon types happen to be, and
Yeah.
like that's obviously not right. So you know, like it should. I'm not going to say it will prevent you from ever having a situation where you would not get a good weapon, but it certainly should reduce the number of cases where that happens quite a lot,
Okay.
just by virtue of improving that.
This also feeds into a topic you guys spoke about a
JJ?
few other days, where
Who'd
there's
you ban?
power
Why'd
in
you
your
ban?
gear,
Oh, you
and there's
banned that.
power
Okay, I see. Thank
in
you.
more
What's up? What's up, brother?
deterministic avenues, you know, the passive tree, your skill gems, and all that. And I think
I
during
mean,
the
it
campaign, it's one
we'll see if
area where
it should be
people
fine.
can drop off
Should,
entirely,
it
where
should
they're
still be
not
fine,
lucky,
but yeah,
they're not
definitely
getting
the
gear
rod in there
upgrades.
you'll
You
feel.
can't go somewhere and farm power in their gems,
Act 1
or
weapon and
you
Act
know,
4 is
get more
crazy
levels in
epic.
the passive tree, because it's not as powerful if they don't get, you know, that gear drop. So do you have any we talked about this before, do you have any ideas for like maybe pushing players to the
I didn't
shop,
see that.
doing the
Yeah.
crafting tutorial I know we spoke about a few months ago,
Mhm.
so like the
See
new
me.
players, so they know, like I do, oh, well, just go check the shop when you level up, you're probably going to get a weapon
Right.
upgrade there. Oh, gamble with the gambler, you're going to get a massive upgrade there. Is that something you would look to put into the game sometime soon?
Well, okay, so I do definitely want to put a thing about crafting, a tutorial for crafting, because I do know that that's something that's like less obvious. I would sort of hope that people don't need to know about the fact that like there's a shop there, right? I mean, they're
You
there,
would
right?
hope.
Like it should be relatively clear.
I-
Like that one, I don't think there's any like misunderstanding about that. I guess, funnily enough, I think that's more of a PoE
Gotcha. I mean,
one
that's
player experience
not
thing, where like they
gonna
expect the shop items to
that's
be
not gonna
bad.
help you. I think
people
he's
who
just
weren't
talking
PoE
about
one
like base
players
level
would
weapons not
generally
being
expect that the
better,
shop
even if you have the
items
same
can be
stats
good,
on them.
because most games do have good shop
I
items.
mean, that's
It's
just
really PoE one that
luck of
doesn't.
you not getting it.
So that could kind of be that like that kind of issue that's going on with that particular
Jeez,
one.
of what, JJ?
As
4
for
pages of
gambling, I
what?
mean, yeah, like people
Builds?
try that generally. I think that's kind of mostly okay. So it's really the crafting. I think that if you're a new player and you don't understand how the crafting works, that can be the thing. Yeah, as I said, that's why we want to do a tutorial there. But I mean, look, you can always grind for items, and you will find better upgrades and stuff like that. You can do it. And the other thing, of course, we want to push you towards is like do more of the side quests, do more of those like extra power giving things that are on the map. And so that might be more we'd want to push people towards, because those ones
Yeah.
will both give you more
I might
drops, but also
continue the
give you more
campaign. We'll
specific
see.
rewards and all sorts of stuff. Like
The hell
if
on
you're
this
missing
goes
out on
for and
those,
stuff.
and you're having a hard time, that'd be where you go like to fix
But I mean,
your issue.
regardless, we have
And
what,
we've
like
sort
3
of had a
days
bit
or
of a hard time
something.
communicating
So we'll
those
be
as
live
much,
again tomorrow,
like,
probably for like another
as
6-7
what some
hours or
games have
something,
done.
5-6 hours,
So
whatever.
I think that's probably
So we
where
have
I'd
plenty
wanna
of
try
time
and improve
tomorrow to leak
communication.
test more stuff.
That sounds good. Elaborating a little bit on the crafting side of things.
Mhm.
The last league we
Synergies,
had
gotcha.
Abyss, and we had the bones and that crafting, and we had the special
Mhm.
lich modifiers. That was all super cool. It led a
Mhm.
lot of people though to go use resources outside of game, because these things, these omens, these bones, they're very valuable, and people didn't want to waste
Mhm.
them, right? Or they end up just selling them. And do you have any thoughts on whether or not you guys would ever implement some in-game resource where it tells you, okay, this item has these particular affixes, and you can roll these specific modifiers because it has these tags, like all that information in game, because it's all there. You know, you go to PoE 2DB or you go to like Craft of Exile, and it's all in the files. It's just not in game. Is that too, like, I don't know? You
So
interact
I
with the
guess there's a
UI too
couple of
much or something, or
there's a couple of things about that. So we'd
yeah.
have to make some kind of like I'm not totally against doing this as like a kind of like a mod database almost type of situation, maybe. But I do worry that it will like when you're actually new, that it will still steer you away. So like I kind of want to find a way to do that doesn't feel wrong.
Mhm.
We did at one point talk about having like a crafting system type window thing that would like help you with that, but it kind of didn't really end up going anywhere for various reasons. That being said,
Man's
like
creating the
in some
15
cases
button
with
build.
tokens in particular, you had like the homogenizing.
Man's
modes
gonna be
were
like
kind of
Leonardo
one
da
of those
Vinci
things
out
where
there.
you would have to really using those like does require information that like the game wasn't really giving you. But I think the better situation in that regard, like for various reasons, was to get rid of them. You know, like, but look, there's always going to be cases where you can get advantage by going to information sources out of game. Like, it's definitely going to be the case.
Right. Yeah.
So like on some level, you kind of you've lost that battle before you even started. So I think that surfacing what mods can generate is interesting, and maybe we should do that. But I don't know that I go too much further than
Bows
that.
hurt.
That's
That's
probably
crazy.
about the limit of what I'd say that I'd want to do.
Yeah. No need for like tutorial, just a resource in game.
Yeah, it's basically
just
Scion
so
now.
people are
to
aware
be
of
honest,
what's gonna happen.
like
I remember
it's
I
either
was so excited when I saw,
if
like,
you
oh,
want to
Turgle
go
multiplier
there,
in the game, and I was like,
get the
oh,
travel
what are
nodes
people-
and be able
could
to
they
go
be?
from
And then
like different parts
thought,
of the
oh,
tree.
man,
At
this
least
is
those two.
probably really
Pathfinder, you
costly
want to
if
do
I end up
poison stuff,
using it, so,
Pathfinder.
investigating
If you want to do
first.
sprinting
So,
shenanigans,
Right.
Pathfinder.
this
Anything
sometimes
else,
it can
pretty
discourage
much
people from experimenting
like
and
other
just leave to,
classes.
okay, I'm gonna list it on the trade marketplace and not touch it. So that's good to hear.
Right.
Now, I saw a little bit of confusion on the forums about the increased monster hit points and how ailment thresholds will scale with that. I saw some devs maybe saying, oh, well, those are two different stats in PoE 2. They don't correlate. Have you guys thought about how monsters are going to have higher health now and how that interacts with player ailments?
I don't know actually what happened with this. My assumption would be that the ailment threshold would not be affected. That's my assumption.
Okay.
But I don't actually know that for sure, so I'd have to actually ask someone to find out what happened with that. But I don't believe it is our intention to make ailments harder to apply, so I would imagine that we would just sort that out. Yeah, like that's not something that we would intentionally do.
What's the patch they're giving us?
That's
Where
good to
scale?
hear.
The new updated patch notes are there.
Okay.
I looked through
this
them, nothing
is a
insane.
question about
And then the
bosses,
new patch
again.
that just
Now,
went in PoE
PoE
2 is
pinnacle
just
bosses are the only
migrating
bosses
old
that
league
I
stuff.
know of that have drop tables. No other mob type has it in the game.
But they buffed Tyrese Ire
something
again.
you
It's
would
like
look
I think went from 100
toward adding
to like
the
130%
campaign
increase
and
evasion up to like
specific bosses
200 to
of zones,
250%
sort of
increase
like
evasion on the
divination
item,
card
which is
drops
insane.
in PoE 1, so people in solo self-found or in Trade League can target farm certain unique items and the like. Or is this something you'd like to keep reserved for the pinnacles?
I think it's really case by case, and I honestly don't have like an overall philosophy about this, other
Okay.
than just to say that like you do want some like fixed rewards are really important to make different content actually be played. So you do need that. So that's like sort of the main reason why we do that. And other than that, I mean, the general drop pool is you want to keep that exciting as well. The divination card thing we will do eventually in PoE 2. Like we've already told people that will come at some point. We've already even given some people free divination cards in those boxes we did ages ago. So we've done that already as well. So that'll happen. I don't have an exact. I'm not going to tell you yet how exactly those are going to be laid out, but yeah, part of the thing you're getting with the divination cards is the ability to target farm certain things. So there'll be an element of that for sure.
All right.
When they do come.
Excited to see that in game. I have two MTX questions for you. The first is related to all of these awesome microtransactions having specific effects attached to them. Map devices that track your time in the map, track the number of rares, magic mobs, common mobs in the map, and how they're attached to the actual cosmetic. Is there any way that grinding your games would be able to detach the effect from the cosmetic and let you use it? Because this is some people are saying, oh, I buy this, but I don't want to wear the cosmetic, or I don't want to use the cosmetic, or I want to mash them together. Is that something you guys are aware of and looking into?
Over time, we have been doing more of that, like with the tracking scroll stuff that we've been doing and so on. Like for like the sort of global character stats, we've been doing that kind of thing.
It'd be nice to have those stuff.
But then in some cases we do just like part of the excitement and theme of the item is the thing that it does, right? So like, look, it really is case by case. But like, I mean, yeah, sure, we do hear that, and we have been moving a bit more towards that with certain features, but other ones not. Like, and so with the map device thing, for example, like I think it's kind of important that the map device is part of the the thing of that, like it's right in theme with it, and it's what makes it interesting, and so on. So yeah, I just, as I said, I wouldn't want us to get away completely from that, but we have been doing more of it in certain cases of splitting the functionality.
Shifting over to transmog, your developers dropped a big bomb on Reddit a few months ago about a transmog system that's in the works that will allow us to permanently unlock some skins. Do you have any update on that and how it works?
No update yet, but it will happen. It's just not done yet.
Okay. People are very excited for that, let me tell you. They love dressing up their characters in PoE. Okay, the interludes. They were introduced last league. They're here again this league, and they were a huge hit. I loved them. I loved how snappy they were. They told like really concise stories, and the action kept flowing. Now, I'm not asking about a campaign skip. I'm just saying with the reception of interludes, do you see a future in which you have the PoE 2 campaign, 6 acts, and then maybe you guys go back and you add a bunch of other interludes, and you can run either the campaign, or if you've already beaten the campaign, maybe you run a set of 9 or 12 interludes that are a little snappier. You don't have a lot of dialogue. It seems like a middle ground solution that I don't think I'd have ever thought of before. Kind of interesting.
Well, it's not something that I'd really considered, so I guess I'll just put that in the list of things to think about. But yeah, it's not exactly something in my mind for sure.
Okay.
I mean, look, the thing we've said about the interludes is, yeah, like all that content was really made for Endgame. So that's when that we'll put like just extra Endgame maps and stuff like that. So we'll use it for that in the short term. But yeah, there's not like a huge amount of dialogue and all that sort of stuff, and that's the stuff that'll go away. And then I guess we could consider using it for some other purpose like that in the future.
Okay.
I guess I could imagine and maybe imagine doing like a custom race or something like that. Or
Right.
I don't know. There'd be probably some way we could use the content for something like that, maybe.
Okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the Ignite
This
on the
man
library
potato.
and Incinerate, changing up how Ignite works. A lot of people like the fantasy of hitting monsters really, really fast and applying lots of dots on them, as opposed to just the one big hit magnitude that you need to do in PoE 2 right now to apply a big dot. Is that a fantasy that you guys are going to keep working on implementing with Bleed, Ignite, or elements like that?
We'll probably do some adjustments, but I don't know. Like, there isn't like an immediately clear, obvious like here's the change that's going to happen here. Like, we're going to have to come up with something different. I think that it's pretty interesting what we've done with the Wyvern, Flame Breath, and Incinerate. Like, I think that can go some way, but I think it's kind of going to come down to individual skills, like what are different ways. I wouldn't want to change the system in general, because so in PoE 1 you could kind of do this, but like the specking was just kind of a few different random multiplicative scalars that didn't really make sense, and I kind of didn't love it. You need like a thematically sensical way for it to happen, that also can't be taken advantage of, and like in a negative way. So like it's kind of a little bit tricky. I do understand that like that is a fantasy, but yeah, like it's I think it's going to come down to individual skills and uniques and stuff like that to sort of enable that. Maybe even a keystone. Like there was some discussion of like a keystone to change Ignite. And
Well, the main thing
way,
is Ignite and
apply
the
it, but,
Flame Breath
we
on
couldn't quite
Wyvern
work out
are
exactly
different
how it could
dots.
work
Like
yet.
for Ignite,
But yeah, I don't think it's going to be
instead
like
of
the
being
core
hit
way it
based,
works,
it's
it'll be more
now
just, like,
multi-hit.
unlocked by
So
other
the more you
mechanics,
hit them
I
with the
guess.
skill, the bigger the Ignite is. That's pretty much like the biggest
You were
thing that
talking about
so far
builds
we got
that
out of
you
this.
guys were designing for the Druid. You're going to release them in a few videos leading up to
That, and
launch.
obviously there's some changes
For
coming to
any
Druid's
patch
Ascendancies
in the
that like
past,
they're
was
adding
there
some
a
Ascendancy
build
like
that you
points or
guys
maybe different
discovered
things
or
and
thought
stuff.
about
Just
that
all
maybe
doing
it's no longer viable, maybe it is,
over the next few
that you guys
days.
are really excited for, but nobody discovered it? Is there anything you can think
That's
of?
about it.
Don't know if I can really remember anything particularly. The players
Okay.
usually find much more stuff than what we find, quite frankly.
Okay.
And there's just so many more of them, so it's kind of hard to hide things, I would say, as far as mechanics go. Because yeah, people uncover them for sure. The much more likely scenario would be that there was something.
I guess the other thing too is they said they're
nothing
gonna
comes to mind about
looking
that.
into
Oh, okay.
potentially
I was gonna
releasing
ask,
a,
is there anything that you were like, oh
or
man,
I
it's
think
gonna
they
be
said they
so
are
busted.
releasing a
Haven't
video
unfortunately.
showing some
And the
endgame
players are
builds you
like,
can do with
wow, this
Druid
is
and stuff,
total
just to
crap,
showcase people
Jonathan.
what
We
you
don't
can
wanna
do.
play this at all. Okay.
That's pretty much like it so far.
Question about the future of PoE 2 and PoE 1. I know a few interviews ago you mentioned that you guys are you're looking to hire some producers for the team to help with like the project management loads. Long term, in an ideal world, are you looking at having grinding your games with a Path of Exile 1 team, a Path of Exile 2 team, and some people that work between the teams? Or do you really like the atmosphere that you've curated where people are, working on PoE 1, working on PoE 2, and they swap between them constantly every 2 months?
We have been splitting people up a little bit more, and that's mostly because like having to deliver something every 2 months is really quite hard.
Right.
Like just mentally in terms of people,
Burnout.
trying to work on this stuff. So like we've actually been doing that a little bit more. And I mean, look, eventually it would be good if like, most people can only have to worry about a release every 4 months rather than 2. So that would kind of be the goal. But yeah, it requires like, having 2 of everything, right? Like you have to have people that can do every single job but twice,
Right.
Which isn't always necessarily easy. So yeah, we'll move towards that, but it's just going to take time.
Okay. With your Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 leagues, I've noticed, especially the past 2, I'd say Keepers of the Flame and Abyss, you guys have really gone in to adding more story flourishes. And this is something I kind of care about, like Aelith's story. I guess I won't spoil it for people who haven't played it yet, but Aelith and the whole Keepers of the Flame story was really, really interesting. Is that something your narrative team is really keen on like evolving as each patch comes out? Now we have interactive dialogue, we have these cool Easter eggs and all that. Is that something that they're like they have more bandwidth to do now, or
we've hired a lot more narrative people recently.
Sounds like an
the
interesting
team's much
build.
bigger, so that's why that sort of starting to happen.
Oh, really?
In fact, we just had another one start on Monday. So yeah, like the team's expanding in that regard, and yeah, that's why we're now able to do a lot of the stuff that we previously just weren't really able to do. So yeah, it's definitely something that we've improved a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I really appreciate those extra little touches too. So as a lore enjoyer myself. Okay, I have a bunch of rapid fire questions for you, Jonathan. I maybe they'll inspire some discussion, but they might be simple as well. And then I have one thing to close out everything with. Okay. So first, we were planned to get a pathing import for the passive skill tree in PoE 2. Is there any status on that? Is that still coming?
I don't have a status for it, but it still is planned.
Okay.
So I still want to get that.
Okay.
That'd be
How about
W's.
sprint? Okay, I think after a few days of clunkiness, I love it. Okay, but I was very frustrated and I was dying a lot those first few days. Is there any opportunity to add a specific keybind for sprint where it does your roll into the sprint, but it's just not on your dodge key? Is that something that could happen?
So I hadn't heard anyone ask for that specific thing about like still doing the roll.
Yeah, like a separate.
So what
keybind
are you
entirely.
suggesting that when you press it, it would continue sprinting even if you weren't holding it, or are you saying just so that you don't have the ability, like so you don't have the potential for
LA
for accidentally running?
That's it, because
Or-
some people have
okay.
really fat
Spearfield?
fingers. And
Right.
they mean to dodge, they go into the sprint, and bam!
Oh, I
they
got
get
you.
stunned out of it.
Right.
I don't know. I really
I
wasn't a
guess
fan
we
of
could
spear
do
leveling.
that.
It's
Like,
just
we could have
so
it
many
that you can,
buttons
like,
to press. I
separate
feel
the
like,
two, out,
you know.
they're by default combined. I suppose that would be an option. I'll ask about that. That might
Yeah,
be
you got to
something
throw
do.
3 spears
yeah,
down,
that'd
then
be
you got to
great
hit
for
your
people with
exploding
fat fingers
spear,
like
and
myself.
then maybe
All right,
one or
this
two
one, I
storm
know it's been
lances, and
done to
or
death as
storm
well,
spears, whatever
but
it
I
is.
think
Then
it
you
would
go
help
back.
a lot of
and
new
just like,
players.
oh,
Death
so much.
recap, even a simple one. Is that something you guys want to add?
I
Eventually?
mean, at some point probably, but
Okay.
Unfortunately, not really on the cards in the near future.
Okay. So for map modifiers and for items, is there the possibility to add in color coding for prefixes and suffixes and certain modifiers in PoE 2?
I'd actually prefer not, because I don't like items to turn into a rainbow. Like, I think it really hurts how they look.
Okay.
So it's just one of those things that I don't really love.
Like a hotkey?
Yeah, so I'm
Like
not a fan of it personally.
Not a fan of it. How about map modifiers? Like being able to highlight certain map modifiers, or is that
I suppose it's similar where it just
Similar
like
'cause
turns
it's an
into a bit
item?
of a rainbow in the end, which is I'm not
Okay.
a huge fan of.
okay? All right, for all my acolyte of Chayula lovers out
You
there,
heard it here
all
first.
1%
Jonathan don't
of
like
them,
rainbows.
are you planning on adding like chaos attacks to the quarterstaff anytime soon to maybe build out the
I don't
acolyte
have a specific thing. They're probably one of the major things we need to do is just work and just rework chaos generally. Like, I would say that it needs like some kind of ailment or something. Like, we need something for it to do more than what it's doing. So yeah, like we need to do a full chaos rework really, I would say.
Okay. Performance
Ooh.
improvements for opening the Atlas. I know you
Chaos
mentioned
rework?
this. Are we still going to get the black screen when we open the Atlas right now?
That probably, I need to check on that. I haven't like looked at that specific thing
We will have
personally.
much more notes.
But yeah, like
What's
the
smooth
reason
as
why it
butter?
does that is because it's loading shaders in the background.
Like
and
leveling
so,
with sphere?
That is,
You're talking about your endgame
there isn't
build.
a huge amount we can do about that because we're kind of at the whim of the display driver. One thing I will just say generally is if you have problems with black screens in general, deleting a shader cache can improve it potentially if you've got a full shader cache. So just like do that from time to time. Or reinstall your graphics driver as well. That could help. But yeah, if you get a really long scene there, it can be because of that. But yeah, like unfortunately, it's just shaders need to load. But you also don't want to load them before you open the Atlas because that would just be wasting your memory. So
Right.
yeah, that's the reason why it's like that.
Okay, so clean your keyboard, clean your monitor, and clear your shader cache before Friday,
Yeah.
guys. That's what you want to do.
Yeah.
Okay, the
That would be cool,
the
JJ.
/passives command we have in PoE
But
1
Spear
that shows
/
us
Scepter
which
build
passives we
isn't?
missed. Possibility of getting that in PoE 2 so we can
Gotcha,
see it all in
potato.
one place instead of like scrolling over all the map.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna level with. Probably
Not
just.
everyone's
Oh my
life
God,
runs
we
in
got
straight
the
lines.
we got the feared
At
ad.
Sophia, we get that.
We're skipping
Our
it though. There we go.
Do, like, so for example, like maybe there should be for example, maybe there should be like a pop down thing that says like 0 out of
I don't know, I
3
might stumble with
passive
crossbows,
things
we'll
done
see.
or something. Like something like that. Like there'd be some way to integrate it there. Probably.
Would love to
that I
get the
think I'd
new
prefer
tree
just
and
a
see what the new
chat
bow
command.
stuff is. Who knows?
I like
You know,
that.
like
Maybe
that
bow
would probably
leveling
be
is
the
going
way
to
do
be
that, I reckon.
way
Yeah,
better
I like
for
that.
iShot.
All right, this one, people going crazy asking about it. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Auto sort inventory, Jonathan. What is your philosophy on this? Is that ever going to happen?
Well, I mean, if I ever do that, then Chris will come rolling out of his grave to kill me. So, like I gotta be, I've got to bear that in mind as a downside.
True.
Jesus.
True. He's still in
it's
New
the whole
Zealand.
item weight thing, right?
Yeah.
It's the whole item weight thing. It's very, it's one of those things of like, it goes down the road of like items not even mattering and like you never actually see them, you never interact with them, like that kind of stuff. Right? That's the concern.
Black,
that always
I'm
has been
confused.
about that stuff. So I mean, even the stuff we do have around,
There's like nothing nerfed about the bows,
item
like
affinities and
base
so on,
bows
made
in general.
Chris
I'm
pretty
confused.
uneasy.
Are you talking about a specific thing in general?
But that was still really important. That was one that I actually came up with as like a way to sort of make it so that you still interact with stuff, but you still have some level of automation with regard to the stash. Like that kind of thing, has been good. But the auto sort I think might be a little bit too far.
Did you say?
But
True.
maybe there could be a world, as I said, like the proponents against that, and like not necessarily as loud as they were before. So I suppose maybe, but I'm not a fan personally.
I mean, how fast did the call come from Chris when async trade was implemented into the game?
Well, he certainly was concerned about it. I'll tell you that. He was certainly very concerned about it. But I managed to sell him in the end. I sold him in the end, and then he was on board. So,
okay, well, that's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are on good terms with that. Okay, now this one. This one right here. Okay, profanity filter on console. Apparently, there's no profanity filter. Is that something you guys could implement on console? Yeah, I don't know if that's you or Sony.
Radar.
Maybe
it wasn't on my radar at all. Is there normally an option in the game for that?
I don't know. I get profanity filter.
I'm like completely. I actually know nothing about this whatsoever. I'm like just zero understanding of the situation with this.
I don't know. People they don't like seeing swear words. I guess they're like me.
Sure. I mean, it was not even a thing anyone's ever mentioned to me before.
Okay. Shapeshift MTX when? Why was there not a Druid supporter pack, Jonathan? What is this? Come on.
Well, there are going to be some MTX for Druid, but I just think they're not in the packs, so therefore you didn't announce them.
Cool.
That's because the packs that we sell like that, they generally we try not to make them
Where's the
class,
ice?
Right?
The love, man.
Kind of like the real money.
Where's my ice shot MTX, man?
Points. So the stuff you spend the points on, those are the ones that are going to be specific to classes, and therefore that's
PS5 filters. Look at that.
In fact, I think that
way faster than
there are
skills.
all the skills have something for the Druid. Right.
I mean, it is getting more. Yeah, you're right.
Something I don't think we've ever managed to do before.
Could you leak a bear form MTX? Is there like a
unfortunately not really my department, so I'm not going to do that. But there's some there's some stuff there.
Okay, 2 more quick questions, Jonathan. One. I don't know if you're aware of this. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble or anyone in GGG in trouble. There was a Twitch drop where somebody was adjusting their glasses, the Exile's treasurer decoration. It was really interesting. It stood out to me. How did you feel about GGG immortalizing you in game?
I wasn't made aware of that one before it happened, so whatever. It's just whatever.
It's good. It's really good. Okay.
Right. Okay.
It is right next to my stash.
I got you. I'm probably just gonna do the ice shot stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Enough gold in.
But might be second character. Like I said, for leveling, I don't know what I'm doing for leveling.
Good little Easter egg. Okay.
I don't know.
To close us out,
I still have to test
you guys
crossbow.
Are visiting at Ziri in this expansion.
I don't know. I just want something that's like good but easy,
exciting or nostalgic. To
4 or
go
5 button playstyle for
bossing.
bossing.
Like the very first expansion to PoE 1, Sacrifice of the Val. And that was the first big endgame.
Did you get the Maven characters of one MTX thing? I did not. JJ,
I mean, people have a lot of love for it, Zeri. So there was also this.
I haven't bought one MTX in this game so far.
Everyone was very keen to
just don't like
get
any
it
of
right in terms of how she looks and everything. Like a bunch of people came out of the
woodwork.
Is
it a like hideout?
To have opinions about that. So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that stuff going on with like the trailer and everything as well. So that was a
PoE 1. I have not.
So I think it turned out very well, and we've got like a pretty awesome version of it, Zeri, for the that kind of like lives up to what we were what people had in their imagination, I suppose, from the previous version of what they were seeing. So that's been a lot of fun for sure.
Now it was very exciting to see. Everything was framed very well in the trailers. People were quite excited. Now I have a lore question for you.
Maybe potato. Maybe
says at Ziri communes with the beast. Unofficial interpretation from Jonathan. What does that mean? Communing with the beast.
Well, I guess you'll have to wait to see the beast and its Zeri in the game.
We all know what that means.
But,
We all know what that
yeah,
means.
you'll see, I suppose, is the answer to that.
Okay.
Play the game on the 12th, and then you'll find out the answer to that question.
All right, there we go. That's why you hired all the narrative designers to get this at Zeri storyline.
I bet, did you?
Damn, I see.
Sure.
Okay, well, Jonathan, this was a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to sit down, take questions from the community, explain your thoughts. It's always great. Really appreciate it, man.
W. I need to probably restart if I was gonna do that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Did you send it to me there, did you? Oh, you did. You did. Some pieces are different with the gloves and boots because I like the extra glow / flame, etc. But it makes you float. Oh, really? So what piece specifically, JJ, that makes you float? Is there a specific piece that makes you float? Where do I go to see this at, by the way? Is there a specific place that I should... that's the wrong thing. That I need to go there. There we go. Specific place to go to look at this. Under the store, maybe? The shop? Oh, 150 Atlas. Oh, never mind, brother man. Never mind on that one. Never mind. Get all that out of there. I think I have to reset to get the update now. Yeah. No, yes, restart. Thinking of Faradon body armor makes you float? Got you. Weird feet is wild work. Yeah, but I still need to go and see exactly the stuff here. All right. Okay. When you flew back forth between LA and it's true. All right, yeah, everything got converted. Got you. Okay, let me look at. Let's look at MTX here. Anything get updated? Nah, not. I need to go see what's that site that tells you all the MTXs. By the way, that's in PoE 2 from PoE 1. Is it PoE 2 DB? Can anyone link me that? I'm gonna have to take a look at that today. Maybe buy me some MTX. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Make sure look go. No. Okay. Is it this? Maybe? I don't know. Is it this? Is this it? Maybe this is it? I have no clue. Maybe this is it. I don't know, I'll have to take a look and see what you saw in. I guess, yeah. I'll keep this over here. And we'll try to figure it out, what's going on here. Have you heard about the Calling Strike plus Overkill Trample Toe interaction? I have not. Okay. I came with you. Got you. I got you. What time is it actually, guys? What the fudge, potato? You okay, brother? Apparently, Calling Strike is coded to just deal a crap ton of damage, so it actually triggers Overkill. Interesting. So what, you just like basically Calling Strike an enemy and then it blows up with the Overkill damage from Trample Toe and clears the pack? Is that basically the interaction that you're saying? Okay. Yep, and you can scale calling threshold to call 100% for white mobs. Got you. I love how quick, I forgot how quick we are, bro. It feels like night and day difference, man. Going from that to the other thing. Got you. I got you. My movement speed right now, I think it's at like, I don't know. This is our other character. We're at 80% move speed. But obviously that's you know, unkilled and all the other junk. I think we're full buff, like I don't know, 120, 130. Full buff. So Chemical Pump was charged with you just one shot. True. Why Wolf? So we're gonna be trying a few things with Wolf I can try to bring up. Again, this is more, I would say, of like could not work, beware, right? It just depends if GGG, you know, put something in that makes it not work. But the reason why I want to go Druid or Wolf is for Lunar's Blessing, because the buff should persist. And obviously they were talking today about like having, you know, more weapon swapping with like Druid going in Wolf form and then coming out, maybe using some spells and stuff. So obviously you're gonna have to weapon swap for that regardless. So it leads me to believe that this should persist unless it's something where it's like, okay, you're going from Talisman to Bow, that's going to auto-delete the buff that you're getting off of, you know, Lunar's Blessing because you don't have a Talisman weapon equipped, which if so, you know, kind of sucks, but there's other stuff we can use on Wolf. But that's the main reason I'm thinking about going Wolf is the buff, 52% of damage gained is cold. Plus there's other stuff too that they showed that is not here called Arctic Howl, which freezes enemies that are primed for it. So you only have to get to 70% freeze build up to freeze them, which is really nice for pinnacle bossing and allows us to just get right into the combo with snipe a lot quicker. And then who knows what else we can maybe do, right? If there's some cool uniques, you know what I'm saying, that we might be able to do with going in with talismans. I mean, there's other stuff as well, you know, that we don't have for wolf skills. So that's the main kind of like idea behind going wolf. If that makes any sense. Even if it doesn't work, right, we can easily just do what I'm doing now with Ice Shot on Amazon with all the new stuff being brought in. The Harry's Ire change, you know, the Cinequo gloves being changed. Who knows what new support gems we might be able to do our lineage and just blast as an Amazon without Wolf. And it comes out, okay. What does your move set at? And it comes out at least 100%. Yeah, Queen of the Forest isn't worth it. You can easily get just movement speed boots. Now, obviously, we are going to be losing 10% move speed, but it's still not worth going Queen of the Forest. Like, you're getting maybe just say 10% more move speed for what reason, right? Like, it's not worth. Yeah, we're still going Amazon for actually stacking. So we're not going Druid. We're just using the Talisman, which will allow us to go Wolf form. Yeah, it can. Mark saving extra damage is also interesting. Yeah, for sure. The Mark giving extra damage, which if I go really quickly to our video, I have on there stuff that shows the Mark changes. I can find it. There we go. So this is the new Mark. So you can see that the buff grants 15% damage against cold, at least at level 7. So I'm hoping that obviously scales up more, maybe 20, 25% or something at max level, right? Damage gained is cold. So I mean, probably going to be using Freezing Mark over Voltaic. And I mean, there's other stuff too, right, that we can do. Like, if you guys want to see the freeze, by the way, the Arctic Owl freeze, it is on this sponsor here. So we can see that he gets a 70%, and then he Arctic Owls right here, and it perma freezes the boss. So it should help. Before we were I think doing about 50%, 60%, something like that with freezing salvo just on one. Obviously that was without running Amazon, so we should do significantly a lot more damage. So we should pretty much be able to hit that 70% with one freezing salvo barrage, and then immediately Arctic Owl to freeze and then a snipe, which would be significantly pretty cracked for bossing junk. So a lot of stuff to test out next week. Yeah, JJ, yeah. You had an ad, literally missed everything you said about movement speed. Yeah, so movement speed, you can get to like, I don't know, 65, 70% next league. So it's probably still not even worth going Queen of the Forest. Because, I mean, you're going to be losing out on like running a chess piece for a lot of, spirit defenses, you know what I'm saying? So it's probably not even worth still going. They just hate auto loop stuff? Yeah. Which, I don't know, I feel like Mark should just be infinite duration. Like, if you mark an enemy, there should be no duration on it just dropping off. Like, I really don't like that. It's weird, and like, the fact that there's a duration on your mark that you have to reapply it. No, the build will be fine. Like I said, there's a plethora of stuff we can fall back on. Wolf stuff don't work. Just go, back to OG Ice Shot, what we're doing here. You know what I'm saying? If we do wanted to play full Wolf stuff, I still think Amazon's probably the best play for it. Or the accuracy stacking and, other stuff you get from the Ascendancy, etc. So, like, Witch Hunter, so I can see how hard I can scale Sorcery Ward and Call. Gotcha. Yeah, let me know how that goes. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. But yeah, I don't know why they just don't make marks infinite. Like, it just is weird that they have a duration base that you got to reapply them. It's not like they give you, it's a skill or something, or a dot that has, like, it's a mark. Like, I don't just make it infinite duration. Nothing feels worse than having to spam a mark. Quite some cracked changes that are probably overlooked. True. I mean, you got all the new stuff, too, with, like, Drill Neck. That might be insane. Because I believe you can throw Frostwall on with Pierce, and you can like hit the thing right with their Ice Shot, and that should have the secondary projectiles pierce through the ice wall and pierce through the boss, meaning that we should get the returning projectile on Ice Shards with Drill Neck. And then who knows, you might be able to hit a Corrupt on it that changes it from 2 piercing to get the returning projectiles down to 1. Like, there's a lot of stuff. Value Uniques, who knows what that might be changed. I mean, so much stuff. Because, like, I did want to kind of go Druid, but it's like, I feel like Druid is just kind of like, there's Shaman, which is spell-based, but if you don't do spells, Shaman doesn't really give you a whole lot. Then there's Oracle, which looks cool, but we don't know a whole lot about Oracle and what a lot of its nodes are giving you. So, like, Inevitable Critical is one of its nodes. What does that do? We don't know. Like, we have the, other ones we've seen in the game. from the gameplay reveal. Like if you match the skill that you see your future self doing, you do more damage, but how much more damage, we don't know. So I don't know. Oracle might be kind of bait to go into without those numbers. Don't understand that a change from something being able to generate a stack, charge, etc. every 0.3 seconds, which no limit on generation is used. That doesn't clearly show the DPS increase. Is it flat numbers? Gotcha. Yeah. So what charge is being changed? What are we talking about here, JJ? Well, with 45k evasion, you should have about 20k ward. Now it's elemental fizz and chaos damage. Should be pretty fun. Sounds pretty cool. But what are we talking about, JJ? What change? And then also, I guess I can show you guys the changes real quick. And just make sure there's no other changes. Nothing else has popped out. Generation uncapped. Oh yeah. For some of the skills, yeah. So yeah, Falcon obviously did get a nerf, but we don't really use Falcon Dive for the attack speed, not gonna lie, with Ice Shot, so that shouldn't really like hurt us too much. And then the changes down here. Nothing in player change, just parry junk. This stuff down here we don't care about. Yeah, so 1% attack speed for 400 accuracy rating, previously 20%. That's not what was before. The one here. 1% attack speed for 100 accuracy. I think I might have changed it. Yeah. Falcon Dive is probably not worth taking anymore, but it's fine. Higher Desire to get a buff. So that's 200 to 250% increased evasion rating, previously 100 to 130. Like that is massive on Higher Desire, with all the cold damage stuff too changed on it, and like increased freeze duration. We're 100% going to be getting Higher Desire whenever we get our hands on it. Some bows got changed, like the bowstring, stuff like that, additional projectile, but honestly, with Ice Shot, we shouldn't really need the extra proj. Same with Snipe, so we should be fine there to run like Obliterators or any other bows. And that's pretty much it. Nothing else really got changed. I mean, Spear stuff got changed for like base items, but that's about it. I'm doing good, Striker. I'm doing good. How you doing, brother? But yeah, so we got to get back on Leastar testing. We got to figure out what we're doing. Spear isn't bad. I just don't know. I really wasn't liking the style of having to basically throw, you know, the 3 spears into the ground, explosive spear, and then 3 spears into the ground, explosive spear to get the damage. It just kind of felt weird. I'm sure it feels better with more attack speed, but like as of right now, it didn't really feel that good. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know. But let's see. That is it for me today. Again, the build video, or at least the concept of what we're doing video is out. Obviously, watch and like on that is much appreciated. But we'll be back again tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll be probably live for another like 5 to 6 hours Leastar testing. I'm gonna try to look at some stuff tonight and sort of see what else we can do other than like crossbow, right? We could do bow still. It's probably decent, but I kind of want to get to something better. So I think it's crossbow is probably the like best wave. But I'll try to be looking at other stuff and see what else we can do. Well, thank you guys for vibing out though and hitting the follow button and all that. Much appreciated, guys. Like I said, we'll be live again tomorrow. And if you guys have any suggestions or anything like that for the build, or, you know, just let me know. Send it over on the Discord. I'm always interested in your guys' thoughts. Have a great rest of your guys' day, everybody. Peace out, everybody. Have a good one.